This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua.
Rolling down 109 in a truck. Pull my ride up to the light, that's what's up. Look to my right and it's a ride rolling up. It's Lucci telling me tonight we in the club. He got the 24 road Escalade. He got the Lamborghini doors like they plays. His hammers ring cause that's how he was raised. His palace mob and tonight we get
Listen, I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the rats, the roaches, the bums, the metal that stuns, the addicts, the cracks, the crumbs. The level where funds gets tragic and lavish is none. With rebels, they runs and rabbits like savages' sons. With did him and bigger and swiftly he shined the mug. That city appeared it with 50 took 9 of them slugs. This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. This.
What's good? What's good? What's good? 25 to Life Testimony TV family. Let me see my volume. Let me come to my comment section. Let me see my volume. Where's my volume? All right. Yep, I see my volume so y'all can hear me. Shout out to Louis V in the building. Jim Pop, Connecticut in the building. Shout out to Louis V, my day one. Shout out to Connecticut. Shout out to Zayana in the building. You got Zedekiah in the building. Hakyama, Zayala Ya. You got the Bronx, Laraya in the building. You got North Carolina and Florida. Yahakanan in the building. You got California in the building. Shout out to Cali. Shout out to Georgia. You got Georgia in the building. Hakyama, you got the Bronx, New York City. You got Kansas City in the building. Louis V from Connecticut. All right, we got Oregon in the building as well. All right, I kind of started on time. Shout out to Hanya in the building. I think that's from Texas. You got South Carolina, North Carolina in the building. Brianna in the building. Ayashia in the building as well. Shout out to all right. So I kind of started a little early. I know y'all used to me starting later. Kind of a little bit on time this time. Tennessee, that's Tennessee in the building. Shout out to Tennessee in the building. All right, so let me get started. Let me we're going right in. Thumbnail. Let me present, share screen. Shout out to Bilal in the building. Tigers for Life. You got Hempstead, Strong Island in the building. Bilal, where you at now? What state, city you rest in now? I don't know if you're still in Hempstead. Shout out to Strong Island, New York City in the building. All right, so let's go to let me add my present, share screen, window, bang. Where is it? There you go. Bang, share. All right, tonight, shout out to New York City out there. Shout out to everybody in New York. Shout out to everybody. Tonight, let me make this thumbnail, get it full screen. Looking kind of crazy on the thumbnail. I know, right, guys? Looking kind of crazy. All right, upstate Schenectady. Shout out to upstate New York. Shout out to Buffalo, Schenectady, all the upstate. Shout out to everybody upstate in the prisons too. You know what I mean? All of Dannemora, Tryon, Green Havens, and all those Adirondacks and all those upstate in New York City. That's where they lock us up in prison up there. Shout out to upstate New York. Shout out to Rochester, Buffalo, and all that. New York State. All right. Shout out to Sabaya in the house. Where's Sabaya? Brooklyn and the Bronx by way of Grenada in the Caribbean. Shout out to the Caribbean. All right. She said New York is wet. We had rain for the latter part of the day. It rained here too. But it rained here too. It just stopped. It rained in New York and Florida. All right. So now, I said true story. So the thumbnail, burned alive, but still shooting. Now this is an actual image, and you'll see of this man. You'll find out who he is. They call him Face. And and New Orleans. Shout out to New Orleans, New Orleans. That's how we say it in New York. we we talk proper in New York. They make fun of us. We literally, Sabaya said Brooklyn in the building. Shout out to Sabaya, y'all's chosen Brooklyn in the building. So in New York City, we call it New Orleans, right? And they laugh at me. Like they used to laugh at me, people I knew from Nolans, right? And like they'd be like, say that again. You know how they talk, hey, you heard me? You heard me? Say that again, you heard me? Right? I'm like, New Orleans, and they just they just laugh. It's just funny to them. New Orleans. That's some New York stuff. We pronounce everything. New Orleans. I'm like, well, that's what it says, right? And they like Nolans. That's how they say down there, Nolans. You heard? We say New Orleans. Facts, right? All right. I heard some people say New Orleans. All right, turn down my mic a little bit. Thank you, Zayana. All right, let me turn down my mic a little bit. Hold on, there it go. Turn out. Yo. All right, New Orleans. I say Nolans. Now I'm saying Nolans. Yeah, New Orleans. I mean, we're in New York. We say everything crazy. We speak a funny dialect. All right. So shout out to everybody in Nolans. Shout out to those from the old projects called the Magnolia, the old projects called the Calio, and the old projects called the Myth. Myth, I forgot how to say it. They're gonna say it tonight. And tonight on the screen is the area. This is a true story of this brother from Nolans from the projects called the Meth. I think it's called the Meth, not the Meth, the Meth. You'll hear about it in a second. And he was burned alive, right? But he was a shooter, okay? And the title of tonight's live is New Orleans, Nolans' most hated gangster burned alive in the projects, shocking street justice. Now, you're going to hear about one of the most dangerous individuals in Nolans, New Orleans, dark street legend lore. And you're going to hear about the projects, Magnolia, Calio. That's where Cash Money and No Limit, Master P and them, where they made it famous, Juvenile and all them, and they introduced the world to the ghettos in Nolans. And us in New York City, especially back in the 80s, 90s and stuff, we had no idea that these other states was really about that life, really rough ghettos. New York City was narcissistic. Us in New York, we was very narcissistic. We thought only this before this what hip hop did. Hip hop, because of hip hop, we and then the rap shows like Rap City and later BET and stuff and MTV when Fat Dr. Dre and their lover and them was on Yo MTV Raps, they started to go to these other states, and that's how the whole world, even the whole world, found out that in all these other states they had ghettos everywhere, and they was living some rough lives out there. And we was narcissistic, thinking we was the only. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself presentable, get myself together. All right, we was thinking only we in New York was the only ones living rough life. Shout out to Phyllis Richards in the building. Shout out to Justo HNIC. Shout out to Justo in the building. All right. We was thinking that we were the only ones, especially during the crack era. See, guys, before hip hop blew up, there was no. I'm speaking to y'all, to the younger youth, because I'm from the crack era, right? I'm from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. You heard? I know I don't look it, but yeah. So before there was no cell phones, okay? There was no social media. There was no way for anybody in any state to know what someone else was doing. You only way we would know if another state was ratchet or ghetto or gangster about it is if you have family there and you might went there for summer vacation or something and you might experience it. But for the most part, there was no way to know what other people were doing in other states. When we created hip hop in New York City, and then when hip hop started to get spread and other cultures started to learn our culture that we created called hip hop and rap music, all right? And us rapping our reality over beats, over songs, then the other states would start to rap and they would talk about their life, where they're from, and their streets and their struggles and their, and then when we started to make video music shows, because before there was an MTV, before there was a video music box, before, most of y'all don't even know what that is, before there was a Rap City and all these, those the main ones y'all know. Most of y'all don't know video music box. Before that, there was American Hot Video. Then there was another video, I forgot the name of that. There was a couple of video shows. They were on PBS TV. This was the first way that hip hop even, it would show other neighborhoods just in New York. Because before records, we would get hip hop transferred by a cassette tape, and it would travel all through the 5 boroughs in Strong Island. Okay. And the cassette tape was how the rap was spread, and through the park jams. Okay. And if you travel, so then once these video music shows started popping up in the world, then it started to go in other places, and it started to interview other rappers in other places like Philadelphia. You heard? Because we had PSK, Parks I Could. People don't know what the ever that mean. That was the jam. I know y'all can't hear what I'm saying, but that was the jam. People want to say, what the hell is that? They say that was the first gangster rap. Like actual gangster killing rap was actually Philly, PSK. All right. Now, this before Cali and them was brought out as rapping and stuff. Then it started to go show Connecticut. It started to show other places. And then, later it started to travel. It went to Cali, and then it went to, when Nolans, when Master P came out, he introduced us to Nolans. You know what I mean? What's his UGK and them in Texas and stuff, like people. So it started to, and we started to see that there were ghettos and projects and darkness and poverty and killing and murder in every state. And it was crazy. Now, tonight, we're going back to when the world got introduced to New Orleans. Most people knew New Orleans as Mardi Gras, right? That people would go there for vacation and party and get drunk, but they didn't know that they had ghettos, wards. They call them wards, right? And like they got wards in Texas. And these are the places where the Nolans, where the blacks were congregated. There, all right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only, for reactionary purposes. We don't own the rights to this video. New Orleans, Nolans, most hated gangster, burned alive in the projects, shocking street justice. This man's name is Face. All right, here we go. Let me stop share, present, share screen, bang, share. There we go. Move that to the side, move this so I can see the comment section. Here we go. Make it full screen. Let go. Nolans, one of the most dangerous Nolans killers of all time.
But from the outside looking in, it's easy to get it confused. Although this building is the poster spot for the Melpomene projects, it's not the projects. New Orleans never had any high-rise public housing, but from the outside looking in, it's easy to get it confused. Although this building is more rugged looking and resembles more of a threat, the only thing scary about it is debt from old age, because it's the retirement building for the elderly, better known to locals as the old folks' home, and was highly respected by everyone surrounding it. This is the actual living quarters for the MILF.
See them getting running.
All right, so now y'all getting introduced to the Melpomene projects, one of the most notorious projects in New Orleans history. All right, y'all heard of Magnolia from Cash Money and Master P of Cash Money. Y'all might have Lil Wayne and y'all might have heard of Calio from Master P, but most of y'all didn't know about Melphi. That's the other one. Those are the three major projects. All right. Now, when the video started, it said, this is the image that they show for Melphi. It said, but this is not, this buildings right here are not actually the Melphi projects. They said, New Orleans, they didn't build high-rise project buildings, nothing probably over 4 stories, 3-4 stories, right? So what Justice said? Justice said, I remember a lot of cats from New York City used to be surprised when they found out I wasn't sweet, like they thought. I know that's right, right? Right, Justo? Yeah, we was very surprised. We was narcissistic. We thought only New York was rough. But, unfortunately, we had no way to know. We was in our own little bubble. Everybody's going through their own struggles, right? So while we was doing all that during the crack era, they was down there in New Orleans. They was in Texas. They was in Connecticut. They was in, Georgia. They was in everywhere, bro. Ohio. It's just like everywhere, They was in North Cac, South Cac. It was just, so people thought that this is the Melphi projects, but it's not. They built these projects, going to break it down, and then they built this building for the old folks. And in New Orleans, they call this the old folks home. Okay. Oh, okay. He said, I meant Long Island. Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah. They used to think we were soft. Oh, no, until they come out here and get their life. Well, I'm not here no more. I said here. I'm in Florida now. Till they come out there and get their life handed to them. We ain't trying to justify none of that. But that's the thing. But that's how New York was. New York was so narcissistic that we thought the next town over. We thought the next thing was soft. So there was one time, of course, they thought Long Island was just soft. No, they didn't know we had projects. They didn't know we had ghettos. They knew nothing, right? Unless they came out there, right, and got that business, or unless they did some crime and ended up going to Nassau County Jail or something, or go out there, Suffolk County out there with them country boys out there, Rakim, Wine Dance, and Central Island, and CI, and all that, out there, Eastern Long Island, out there where Rakim and them from, and EPMD, but and then they thought Queens was soft. There was a time Queens was soft. Then the only one that there was never a time that they was thought that they were soft was Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most narcissistic place on earth. Shout out to my Brooklynites. Brooklyn is the beast. Brooklyn was the only place ever that was never, ever said that it was kind of soft. They thought that Brooklyn used to try to say the Bronx was soft, which the Bronx was never soft. They both, Brooklyn and the Bronx, used to say that Queens was soft, which Queens was never soft. Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens used to say that Strong Island was soft, which Strong Island was never soft. Brooklyn, Queens, and Brooklyn used to say that Staten Island was soft, which Staten Island was never soft. But that's just how it was, right? So we all had to earn our rep. Staten Island got their rep when Wu-Tang blew up. That's when Staten Island started to get their rep, Shaolin. But unfortunately for Long Island, we had a longer, harder road because we were too grimy. Shaolin stuck together, right? And they put each other on like they did in New Orleans. They put their crew on, right? And so they was able to show the world their hood. But Strong Island, we was too grimy that we crabs in a barrel. So instead of us putting one another on, when we would get a record deal, they would go and never put nobody on so they could be the only one in the hood looking like a star. You know what I mean? And then that's why they end up all falling. Everybody who had a record deal, Strong Island, went down the drain because they don't realize that you got to put on your team and your hood. Each one, strong strength and numbers, show your hood and everything. You can build a legacy, start a label, and put other people on. But everybody's too greedy. We come from a place of crabs in the barrel, bro. Just everybody, they want to be the only one shining. They want to, you know what I mean? It's a nasty thing. And I tried to stop them. I tried to tell them, but nobody would listen. All the record deals. It's a bunch. I'll bring that out another time. But a bunch of people had record deals, and Nobody. That's what happened. We still to this day, we still trying to shout out who we are. You heard? But just is what it is. All right. So let's get to knowledge. This ain't about us tonight. Let's get to knowledge. All right. Now, let's go back.
Only thing scary about it.
Rakim did try. See, but Rakim ain't from where we from. So Rakim and them did shout it out. Rakim said, rough enough to break New York from and EPMD, them Suffolk County boys, because Strong Island's big. They was putting on for theirs, right? Suffolk County, Rakim and EPMD, but Nassau County boys, nah, they used to snakes in the barrel, crabs in the barrel. All right, so let's continue. So, the thing I want to point out is that, so they in this project in Nolens, they call this, I don't want to keep saying New Orleans because I don't want the people to see the video. I'm gonna start calling it Nolens, so people like this, who this dude calling this New Orleans? We get some Nolens people watching it, be like, who this dude talking about some New Orleans, right? So Nolens, they call this, I found out in this video that we call a senior citizen home in New York. Shout out to Yasharallah. Shout out to Chicago in the building, south side of Chirac in the building, right? Chi-town, right? So the we call it the old folks home. And they said in the video that in Nolens, they call it the old folks home too. Everybody don't call their senior citizens town the old folks home. That's what we call it. And yeah, shout out to Granddaddy IU, A+, Money Harm, Project Ghetto, GMB, all three of them. I tried to get them to put the hood on them. None of them would listen. And I was with all three of them in their careers. All right. None of them would listen. Like, come on, bro. We got to put the hood on, bro. You got the. But anyway, so let me get that. So Nolens call this the old folks home. And in New York, we call it the old folks home. Everybody else in your cities, what do y'all call the senior citizens home? Do y'all call it old folks home? It's so funny that that's what we call it, the old folks home. I don't know why. I thought we was the only one in New York till I watched this video. I said, oh, they call it the old folks home in Nolens? Yeah, it was the old folks home to us. That's what we call it. I wonder what everybody else called it in their cities. Y'all could write it if y'all want to. Write what y'all call the senior citizens home in y'all city if everybody called it the old folks home. All right, now let's get to the story. I ain't going to interrupt it no more. I just wanted to break that down from the beginning. It's the Melf. So right here, this image, they knocked down those projects and rebuilt these. But this is the Melf projects. Melfine, I think it's called projects. Nolens. All right, here we go. The most dangerous, one of the most dangerous unalivers in Nolens and burned alive. Let's go. Still busting back.
Although this building is the poster spot for the Melfamine projects, it's not the projects. New Orleans never had any high-rise public housing, but from the outside looking in, it's easy to get it confused. Although this building is more rugged looking and resembles more of a threat, the only thing scary about it is debt from old age, because it's the retirement building for the elderly, better known to locals as the old folks home, and was highly respected by everyone surrounding it. This is the actual living quarters for the Melf.
See them running now from the police.
The Third Ward is dominated by a cluster of low-income housing projects. The Magnolia, the Callio, and the Melpamine, or Melf.
The Melpamine right here. Another part of the Third Ward.
Housing projects were single-handedly made famous by rappers who were either native to them, had major dealings in them, or it simply stood out due to its chaotic nature.
It is a real jungle. It's the Melf. This was the roof entrance right up. Climb up the pole. This is how you get on the roof right up. Climb up the pole. Duck through there. There you go. Select balls.
Duck your head down because you hit that wall right there. Duck down, and then you be on the roof right there.
Footballs. You're gonna run across a couple of pigeons.
I creep quiet with that K, bust up you and your peoples. I be silent like the J up in jalapenos. I'm throwed off. Click quick. like the 9-6 Vic Numa, leave you looking like an ugly, dry, rotten human. Melphamine is the army, so send your navy. Leave you in the milk dumpster like you Brenda Baby. You smoking rocks, them dimes. I'm in the stocks and bonds. My resume say I know how to pop them nines. Running in handcuffs from cops, I got loose. I pop partners like Bishop, I got the juice. You know, I'm not a crip, but I'm quick to slam your blood. Plus, I pack a double pump like Elmer Fudd. Right. But we don't live no cartoon life.
Now, the first thing I want to point out is they got Martin Luther King Jr. For everybody out there worldwide, y'all already know wherever there's a Martin Luther King, you in the hoodie hood. That's what I always tell people. For every other nation of people, white people who watch this video later or whatever, how far I get through shadow band, whatever, right? If you ever want to know whether you're in a danger, if you are anywhere, any other nation of people, I don't care if you're from United Kingdom, if you're white, black, if you're from Africa, wherever you're from, if you ever come to America, and if you ever want to know, if you ever see Martin Luther King Avenue, street, boulevard, drive, path, lane, if you ever see Martin Luther King anything on a street sign, you are in danger. Just yo, that part, a period, point blank, you are in the hoodie hood. It is not going to go good for you. Do not park your car without watching it. Do not park your, do not, whatever you do not. You are in the hoodie hood. As once you see Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King, whatever, MLK is on and popping. You in the hoodie hood. For everyone worldwide, anybody come from any other world or country or any other nationality that really don't know about black hoods, that's your first market right there. All right. So I laughed when I seen that this project is on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I'm like, of course it is. All right, here we go. Let's continue.
But we don't live no cartoon life.
What's officially known today as Gustavo Apartments is located in the infamous 3rd Ward Central City, New Orleans. Its former structure was the Melphamine, which is actually pronounced Melpomene and is documented as the Gus High Rise. Built on top of grave sites in 1964, there were 6 separate buildings for families and 1 12-story buildings for the elderly. The buildings gave a vivid view of the Superdome and was...
Did y'all hear what he just said? He said, built on top of graveyards. Y'all come on. Y'all know this channel. Y'all understand, right? That's what makes us different. Come on, y'all. You seeing it, y'all can, all right? Y'all peeping it, right? That's what makes this channel different, is we come from a spiritual aspect. We come with understanding of the foundation of root of darkness and what's happening. It said, built on top of graveyards. Oh my goodness. Yo, if you only know. And all of these things are intentional, on purpose. So they built these projects and these buildings, shout out to Wyatt, Tennessee in the building, on top of graveyards. Do y'all not understand that the scriptures, the Bible says, let the dead bury the dead, have nothing to do with the dead? You should not have a graveyard anywhere near your home, especially when you build on top. So when you build on top of a graveyard, all of the spirits of the dead, you're actually in like a portal. It's like you built this living conditions on top of a portal, knowing that the spirits of the dead and just the atrocities and the things, the blood crying out, they built it on top of graveyards. If y'all knew how many of the places that they placed the so-called black people in America in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, when they was building these projects and these housing complexes, they built them all on grave sites, purposely, to curse. If we get them to curse themselves, or they know strategically where they was placing it, and how they was placing us, by placing us stacked one on top of each other. You heard? On top of graveyards. This, let me explain something to you about being stacked on top of one another, on top of a graveyard. That's another stack. Now listen clearly. The first layer to the stack would be the grave sites under. The second layer would be the first floor of your project. Third, fourth, fifth. When you stack people on top of one another, that is causing familiar spirits. Let me explain. Familiar spirits is sorcery and witchcraft, and it's warned on the Bible all through history. Everything is spiritual warfare. So the things that's happening in the ghettos, in the streets, people thinking they just they don't have no spiritual implication. They don't have generational curses. There's not a thing called familiar spirits. So when you stack people on top of one another, you're stacking familiar. This is what everybody don't realize. Come on, guys, y'all listen clearly. When you're in this building and there's a person above your head, then whatever spirits that person that lives above your head is coming down through the floors and the walls, right? Whatever spirits and generational spirits and curses and devils that come through them and their girlfriends and their kids. Then when you, let's say if you're in the middle and you got people under you and people over you, and people on this side and people on that side. Those are familiar. You have spirits coming from this apartment, that apartment, that apartment, that apartment. I learned this because the Most High just revealed it to me. I never thought of this before. I was born and raised in the project. I ain't never thought of this. You heard? The Most High, as I'm getting this together, he showed me when he says they were, listen, when he says they built, he told me, he said they built the projects in these ghettos on top of graveyards so you could get the familiar spirits of the dead. And they stacked this one on top of each other like the slave ships so we can have familiar spirits in the trauma of one another. So they built trauma, they built poverty, they built lack, they built, so you got hate, anger, stress, anxiety, trauma. Then you got generational curses and devils. Then you got familiar spirits of people being possessed by devils. Then you got the buried on top of graves and the dead. The curses of the ancestors right under you. You living on top of them, Hakyama. Now y'all see. Yo, when I was putting this video together, the Most I started breaking it down, I was like, oh my goodness, this is insane. You're surrounded with darkness, with the spirit of the curses and the darkness of generational devils from the root. So the babies are born into it. You're born into it. And then the poverty and the lack and the conditions and the cursing and all of it. Wow. The Most I said, you're born into familiar spirits. So then, listen, guys. So inside of these projects, we become family. Let me explain. This is why we start to cleave to the hood. Listen, guys. Come on, Justo. It's why so much death and killing. And Justo and everybody, listen up, Louis V. We cleave to the hood because that's all we have is family. You see? Because I was on 3rd floor, so my boy is over in 3D, and my other one's down in 1A, and the other one around on 67th side of my project building, and we are familiar. We become family, familiar spirits. Yeah, come on, Delilah says you become one covenant. And then they build it on top of graveyards, so we got spirits in all of it. So the familiar spirits it's called family. That's why in Italian they call it La Familia. See, in Italian language, family is familia. That's familiar spirits. It's where the root word familiar spirits come from. So you become family in it and you become a bond. That's why we rep the hood till death. You understand? It's like we say it, PSG till I die, Parkside till I die, Hempstead till I'm dead. You heard? That was our saying, bro. It's because it's all we have. And they stripped us from everything. They took everything. So all they gave us is familiar spirits. And they gave us trauma and crime and degradation and lack and poverty. And trauma builds bonds. Trauma builds familiarity. It's called trauma bonding. So a legion of darkness. Come on, guys, y'all listen. So then we trauma bond in these projects, in these ghettos, in these hoods, in these conditions, and we trauma bond. And it's a recirculating of sin, of darkness, of trial and tribulation. Shalom, Magya Allah. You see, guys, I was like, all this came, the Most High gave me all that from this one clip right here. When I was putting this together and they said they built it on the graveyards, I was like, oh my, and then the Most High just started downloading the whole thing. I had already did a lesson about the projects is just an inverted slave ship, right? So you see this? See all these houses, all these bodies? Take this big long line right here and stand it up straight. Just stand it up in the air. It's a slave ship. This is slave. Or you take this and put it on the water. This is how they packed them in the slave ships. But they stood it up. So in New York City, they just took the slave ship and stood it up and made everything go up tall. But in the other places in the South, they kind of left it stretched out. But New York, they congested so much, they stretched it up and out. All right, let's continue. Y'all know we bring understanding here. That's what makes our channel different.
Which is actually pronounced Melpomene and is documented as the Gus High Rise. Built on top of grave sites in 1964, there were 6 separate buildings for families and 1 12-story buildings for the elderly. The buildings gave a vivid view of the Superdome and was literally a 10-minute walk to the city's business district. Almost all of Uptown and scattered parts of the city was built on grave sites, and even after construction, they've maintained graveyards and neighborhoods throughout the city.
You see what he just said? Come on, Bilal. Bilal said, cut off the positive energy by any shape, form, or fashion. Don't let them know who they are. Get them to curse themselves and have everything about them dark and cursed. Look, you see? And then they said they continue to have graveyards all through. Look at this. Graveyards, the dead, death. Let the dead bury the dead. Come on, Magyala said this is Machiavellic facts. It's so crazy when the Most High revealed it. All right, let's continue.
There were 6 separate buildings for families and 1 12-story buildings for the elderly. The buildings get in 1970 as the Gus High Rise. Built on top of grave sites in 1964, there were 6 separate buildings for families and 1 12-story buildings for the elderly. The buildings gave a vivid view of the Superdome and was literally a 10-minute walk to the city's business district. Almost all of Uptown and scattered parts of the city was built on grave sites, and even after construction, they've maintained graveyards and neighborhoods throughout the city.
I'm getting down, getting straight down. I got my 14 and I'm on the ramp.
Each building in the Melpomene was separated by a courtyard and a playing area for kids. The building stretched the length of 2 blocks, so to accommodate the distance and to make it easier to reach the other side, pathways were installed. These pathways were called ramps and were an easy transition from one side of the project to the other, which made an easy getaway when running from the police. The ramps became popular with drug dealers and anyone who was doing dirt. The old school picture of Cash Money's first roster was taken on the ramp and was the cover.
That was Baby from Cash Money when he was young, right there in that projects. Early at the beginning, that was C Murder, Master P, little brother, the one who's doing life in prison now. All right? This is their foundation root.
The ramps became popular with drug dealers and anyone who was doing dirt. The old school picture of Cash Money's first roster was taken on the ramp and was the cover to Tech Nine's Straight from the Ramp CD cover. The Melf shared the 3rd ward with the Calliope and the Magnolia and was the smallest out of the 3, but what they lacked in numbers, they made up in force. The Magnolia had all the connections and was always known for big weight. So no matter how much one project was out hustling the other, it all came from the Magnolia. The Calliope had the murder game on lock and was home to several of the city's most notorious hitmen, and the last project you would ever want to get into a war with. By the early 1980s, the Melf became known as Henora Alley, and dealers and users would come from all over the city to get what they called that boy, a New Orleans.
So he said they cut it out. He said By the 1980s, the Melf projects got known as Heroin Alley. So they were known for selling heroin. And they said addicts and users would come from all over. And for those who don't know, Nolens had a strong heroin epidemic. Baltimore had one too. Whereas in New York, we had one, but it was my generation, the older generation. By the time my generation came out that with hip hop and stuff, the first babies of hip hop, like we stopped. We didn't do the heroin, all right? But our generation over them. But these Nolens and Baltimore and them, the youth, the young dudes, started shooting heroin, all right? That's why BG, the rapper from Cash Money, he was strung out on heroin, a lot of them. So the Melf, they said, was known as the heroin capital down there in this project.
To get into a war with. By the early 1980s, the Melf became known as Heroin Alley, and dealers and users would come from all over the city to get what they called that boy, a New Orleans street term for right.
I'm getting you full of that boy. You niggas talk about that boy, rap about that boy, but you copper motherfuckers never seen that boy.
During the
So heroin they call boy, cocaine they call girl. All right, that's how they call it in the hood. All right, let's continue.
That boy, but you copper motherfuckers never seen that boy.
During the 70s and 80s, the Melf was a tight-knit community where neighbors treated each other like family. Hustlers helped the poor, and there were plenty celebrations as a whole. But after the heavy implementation of guns during the 1980s crack era, the Melf suffered an ugly makeover that made money king and families turn against each other. A high population of hustlers and have-nots that became the norm as rap was becoming the new hustle.
Y'all want to see New Orleans? This new.
That's C Murder. You're doing life now. Now, did y'all hear what they said again? Let me go back a little. See, the fruit is in breaking down what they're saying.
The Melf was a tight-knit community where neighbors.
You see what they said? During the, hold on.
About that boy, rap about that boy, but you copper motherfuckers never seen that boy.
During the 70s and 80s, the Melf was a tight-knit.
During the 70s and the early 80s, the Melf was a tight-knit community. Everybody saw each other as family. For most people that don't know, this is why they released crack. This is why crack was created by the beasts, the serpent seeds, and it was put into our ghettos. It started in New York City, and then they spread it around the world. They created the free base in California, but it wasn't crack. And once these people started doing this base drug, the powers that be realized that if we condense this drug, this is like the devil in a drug. We can destroy the black, so-called blackity blacks. We could destroy the black people. That's been their goal, the serpent seeds, from the whole time, because they are the people of the book. This Bible is their history book, and they don't know who they are. And as long as we can keep getting them cursing themselves, and they don't wake up and start to heal themselves and become righteous and live more righteous lives, we'll continue to proliferate off of their misery. We'll continue to run this world. This is the doggone secret of the secret societies. For all those who want to be going down those secret society roads, y'all better know, all right? They know, you heard? So you hear what they just said. During the 70s and the early 80s, it was a tight-knit community, because that's what happens. If you put us all together, we'll have a certain level of structure. And during the 60s, that's why they did all this stuff and took the men out of the homes in the 50s, because we had structure and order. Do you understand? Yes, we had structure and order before they took the fathers out of the homes and then sent the mothers out to work and put the kids in programs in schools, right? And that's when they set up liquor stores, churches on every corner, right? That's religion. So they won't know who the truth, right? That's that Jesus, right? White Jesus, sorry, not sorry, right? And then they set up liquor stores, what's the name? Churches, and then heroin. Heroin was the first drug, but it wasn't, it couldn't do as bad as crack because our ancestors who were strung out of it could still function. They were called functioning addicts. It wasn't destructive enough. It did a lot of damage, but what did the most damage was when they took the fathers out the homes. And that's where they started building these projects, right? And they started giving the project apartments to the women. They did welfare system, right? And the part of the welfare system was you had the no dads could be in the house and we'll give you housing subsidies and food stamps. And we'll put you in these housing centers that we creating. They built these housing. That's why you see this was built in 1967. Shout out to Donna Yah. Shout out to brothers and sisters in Germany. Germany in the building, right? Shout out to United Kingdom in the building too. So they built these systems. You understand? That's why the same time that our projects was going up all through New York City, right? Mine was built in the 50s. These was built in the 60s. It's all in the 50s, 60s, into the 50s, 60s, and the early 70s. They put all of these projects, you see, a project is an experiment. Y'all know I broke that down before, right? And they was putting the women that when they took the dads out of the homes, this was a experiment project, and they flooded the drugs and stuff, right? Now, when they came up, you see the story said in the 70s, it was a tight-knit community because that's what would happen if you leave us alone. Even though it was built on the graveyards, right? And those spirits, even though they stacked us on top of one another, familiar spirits. If we're left alone, we would manage ourselves. If left alone, we would rise to the top. The cream always rises to the top. By nature, we're leaders and guiders. It is divine nature that was put into us from the Most High, creator of all things. It is our natural state and aura. But some of our ancestors, some of us are stiff-necked, hard-headed, stubborn, rebellious, and greedy. Some of us, right? But the majority of us, it would outweigh. So because of it, there was curses over us, right? But there was an allotment when the curses would be lifted. But most people don't understand our history book is the Bible. And all cultures and languages and people knew about this stuff, right? So you got certain groups of people that proliferate, especially the serpent seed. There's a genealogy of a people who are not a people that the Creator Most High said He'll put over us, right? But if we come back to our natural state of righteousness and humble ourselves and awaken and start to live righteously, then the curses will be lifted. But you have those who are stiff-necked and stubborn amongst us, like crabs in a barrel. But if left alone, the righteous of us would outweigh the negative, and we would take care of ourselves. That's why, remember, what's that called? Black Wall Street. Y'all remember Tulsa, Oklahoma? When they left them alone, it became the richest city in America. It would become the richest city in the world if they wouldn't have. And they went in there. What they do? They can't have that. So they went in there and bombed them and burned them out. And right, they did it in Greenwood. That ain't the only one. It was like that in New York City, in Central America. And every time they kill them all, they build on top of the land. You understand? They build the cities on top of the dead. That's a Central Park and all this stuff, right? Now, in downtown Manhattan. Now, when this narrator said in the 70s and the early 80s, it was like a community, because if you leave them alone, even though they're in the projects, we will start to protect one another. It'll still be crime. It's going to still be a hierarchy. It's going to still be, but the majority that's how it was in my hood. The elders would look out for the younger. They would, they would still shoot out and do all this stuff, but they would tell us to, go back or don't do this. And they would, all right. But then they released crack. When crack got released into the cities, crack was a devil. It's a spirit over this drug. And it was like they built these things over graveyards. They stacked them on top of one another, familiar spirits. They made sure that they had poverty and crime and lack of means and bad food and, all of these conditions to try to exterminate, right? But and then they got liquor stores, right? So they got liquor, they got religion, they still had heroin, right? But some of the parents were still functioning, right? But once they shipped in crack, it was a devil released, and it took any sense of responsibility or normalcy and decimated it. And it turned little children into power-hungry savages and beasts. It was the serpent. Come on, serpents made them destroy themselves. It's way easier for them. Nasty work. Yeah, it was nasty. That crack, and I seen it because I seen my projects in my ghetto go from our elders was be on heroin, right? I would see them on my project roof. They'd be, I'll see them functioning. Sometimes you see them nodding in the corner, but they'd still be fly. They still be functioning. Some of the people on heroin, but when crack, within 2 days, 3 days, your auntie, your grandmother, your uncle who had a good job, a truck driver, a business person, a school teacher, went from that to a zombie within 1 week, to losing weight, to scratching, and to steal everything, to sell their children, their body. It just destroyed it was a devil released, and they spread it like a virus. So now you tie that in with being built on graveyards, being familiar spirits stacked on top of one another, poverty, crime, lack, all of it. And then this devil, which was called crack. It ain't the same as whatever they got out there. This devil was unleashed, and they tested it in New York, and it was successful. It destroyed the whole community. And then us youth who didn't smoke, who the only ones who survived it, we was able to become rich off of it. And now it breeds crime because now you got money and everybody ain't able to make money off. It was just, oh my goodness, bro. Now, let's continue. I broke that down because you see what they said. They said in the 70s and early 80s, it was a family environment, right? Where they look out for one another, even though there was still crime and stuff. But when crack came, that's when all hell broke loose.
During the 70s and 80s, the Melf was a tight-knit community where neighbors treated each other like family. Hustlers helped the poor, and there were plenty celebrations as a whole. But after the heavy implementation of guns during the 1980s crack era, the Melf suffered an ugly makeover that made money king and families turned against each other. A high population of hustlers and have-nots that became the norm as rap was becoming the new hustle.
Y'all want to see New Orleans? This New Orleans. Third wall, we got the Calio, Melf, and the Magnolia.
The Melf of men. We got people from everywhere back here. We accept the cash from the Calio, the Magnolia. It don't matter, man. Where you from? We don't give a fuck, man. It's all love, man.
Contrary to outsiders' beliefs, the Melphamine, Magnolia, and Calio was one big family, and like any close-knit family, certain members are gonna fight. But it was never an all-out feud between them as a whole. Whatever your poison, the Melf could supply it, which brung in many outsiders and famous faces. Here's how the Melf acquired its position. The NO's import and export is dominated by the Mississippi, and whether food, clothes, or drugs, it all flows the heaviest in the areas closest to it. With docking destinations at every main location, the river flows from St. Bernard Parish to the Ninth Ward, then to the CBD, where its most popular and heaviest loads are exported. And here's what brings the Melf into play. Almost walking distance from the CBD's docking destination lied one of the most notorious areas in the city, the St. Thomas Projects, which by law of being the closest should have been in the best position for distribution. But here's why the Melf was better for the job. It's literally the hub of all New Orleans, the center point that makes it closer to everywhere, faster than coming or going anywhere else in the city. Driving wise, it's 5 to 15 minutes wherever you're going, which made it the prime location for distribution.
Project, drug related.
So you see, they got docks. And who you think ships in the heroin and the cocaine? We don't. And the guns. You heard? All right. And the Melf was situated perfectly for the serpent seed to use it as a center spot to flood all through the black parts of New Orleans. Because I guarantee you, you go to the white communities, they ain't got none of that going on, you know, all right? They make sure of that. But it's because those serpents who run that, it's not all white people. There's a certain set of class, okay, that are serpent seed who strategically run everything. And the other people are just sheep. You understand? So again, you got to understand the dynamics and the levels to it. That's another trick knowledge way that they get us to what you call that when you 3-card Molly. You know, you looking over here for this person to be the problem, but it's really the one you don't see, the hidden hand. You heard? All right, let's continue.
Made it the prime location for distribution.
Project, drug related, nigga hit nigga stashes, drug selling, gun shooting, everything, man.
Yeah.
It's wild as a motherfucker.
When the hood learned to turn soft into rocks, it immediately changed the structure on how and who could get real money out the streets. And by the mid-1980s, we saw for the first time street ballers in their early teens, which then gave birth to much higher and consistent crime and homicide rates.
He said, he said, when the youth learn how to turn soft into hard. That's when I learned, when you learn how to turn cocaine into crack. That's what he said. When they learn how to do that, it ushered in this crack drug. That's what I was just explaining. He said more money, more crime, more drugs, more guns, more killing, more darkness. That's how they destroyed us.
For the first time, street ballers
because before they created crack, guys, cocaine was already here. So cocaine was a white man's drug. Then and then some of the blacks who had money would sniff cocaine, but nobody was killing each other. Nobody was selling their children. It wasn't enough. They condensed cocaine into its darkest spirit form, and they created a devil within it. And that crack, it was a different thing. So cocaine was already there. That's why he said, once they learn how to turn soft to hard, that means soft is what they call powder cocaine. Hard is what we call crack. It's soft to hard. Yes, it's alchemy, Donna Yas. Facts, sorcery, witchcraft. And it was to release the beast himself, bro. They released Leviathan on the children of the Most High, bro. It was bad for decades, too. And then they instituted the penal justice system and gave out those laws for crack, where you get 10 times the amount of time for crack that you get for cocaine when they're the same drug, right? And so they locked people away for life. It was crazy.
The structure on how and who could get real money out the streets, and who could learn to turn soft into rocks. When the hood learned to turn soft into rocks, it immediately changed the structure on how and who could get real money out the streets. And by the mid-1980s, we saw for the first time street ballers in their early teens, which then gave birth to much higher and consistent crime and homicide rates.
Yeah.
One of the things we cherish most in this world don't last. I hit the weed, roll the dice, and let the good times pass.
Back in the days, you know, if they got into a confrontation, they warned the neighbors and the kids. It's going on at 3:30. So at 3:30, everybody cleared the court. And now you heard the gunshots. Even though it was violent, but they still had respect enough to warn the families to clear out.
You gotta tote the heat all day.
So he's an elder, and he said back in the days, in the 70s and 60s, when they would have a problem, the gangsters, because you know it's always going to be good and bad no matter what, right? He said they would tell the women, children, the families, we got beef, 3 p.m., everybody be in the house, and then everybody would go in, and then they would handle their business. But when crack, so the elder right there is talking about that's before crack. But once crack came, all responsibility. And the other person said the hustlers used to take care the neighborhoods. They did back in the 70s and stuff. Now you're gonna have your good and bad, right? But they used to take care of the kids in the neighborhood, make sure you don't go to school, yo, you don't want to do this, yo, do this. And that was true. I lived that. I mean, I experienced that. I was a child in the 70s, but I was a child before crack. I was BC and AC. BC is before crack, AC is after crack. You heard? I was BC. I was a generation that crack was released on. And I was one who sold it, and I got life in prison behind it. You heard? That part. Facts. Could have died plenty times.
Warn the families to clear out.
You gotta tote the heat.
Enough to warn the family. And you heard the gunshots, even though it was at 3:30. Back in the days, you know, if they got into a confrontation, they warned the neighbors and the kids. It's going on at 3:30. So at 3:30, everybody cleared the court. And you heard the gunshots, even though it was violent, but they still had respect enough to warn the families to clear out.
You gotta tote the heat all day, every day. You gotta tote that heat. You got beef, tote that heat. Believe that.
24/7.
If you ain't got beef, tote that heat still. Because these niggas out here just killing for no reason.
Y'all see that, baby? You hear his little voice, 24/7, 24/7. If you don't sick, somebody, where this boy mama at? Where's daddy at? See, this was the crack generation did. So this baby, okay, you see him 24/7. He ain't even got no bass in his voice to even talk like a man. This is the destruction. What do he have to look up to? This is the curses. It's like literally, and people don't understand that this is systematically instituted. You understand? How is he ever going to grow up to be anything? He doomed from birth. 24/7.
Warn the families to clear out.
And that clip said this dude right here named Chino, I think it says some amount of days later, he got shot with a .45 gun.
You gotta tote the heat all day, every day. You gotta tote that heat. You got beef, tote that heat. Believe that. If you ain't got beef, tote that heat still. Because these niggas out here just killing for no reason.
They hit me up here, man, whatever pain, none, yeah, man. I'm chilling up in my little cribby or whatever, yeah. I ain't Masonic in there, man. They come straight, hit me up.
Did y'all see him? That's the same dude said you got to tote the heat 24/7. Look at him. Look how he walking. Look how he sit down. They bust him in his stomach with a .45.
Yeah, man, whatever pain, none, yeah, man. Hit me.
You see how this is a thing where machismo, where we gotta act tough when we really not. You see him, he said, they bust me up, you heard me? They bust me up but it ain't nothing, right? It ain't nothing. But you see, when he went to sit down, you can see, right? I can guarantee you, this is what people don't tell you. I can guarantee you when he at home in the bed at night by himself, and he dream and have that scarring dream, and sometimes he crying, facts. But he got to front and act like it ain't nothing, right? He got to go out in the street walking like that. He probably had a colostomy bag and all that, right? But it ain't nothing, you heard me? It ain't nothing. I'm a G, I'm a rider. And the little dude's like, yo, he got shot with a .45. And it builds his reputation up. But it's stunting, it's fronting, bro. None of that feel good. None of that feel good. It is something. It's but when you gotta survive, bro, it's a horrible thing. All right, let's continue.
Because these niggas out here just killing for no reason.
They hit me up here, man, whatever pain, none, yeah, man. I'm chilling up in my little cribby or whatever, yeah. I ain't Masonic in there, man. They can come straight, hit me up. Hit me right here. My mother pick up the stomach. Bitch went out though, yeah.
What you got hit with?
Full nickel.
That ain't nothing but a little tattoo, you hear me? That's it.
That bitch off my tattoo.
Believe that.
I just got a tattoo.
But I'm saying, accident though, we don't just, this don't just happen. You know what I'm saying, accident how we rock.
Yeah, what's happening? This
So now they see him. He say ain't nothing but a tattoo. So the other dude like, there ain't nothing but a tattoo. See, that's us in survival mode downplaying, right? And then the dude got shot. Said, yeah, they messed up my tattoo, right? But another point I want to show you is look where his pants at. See, this is the destruction. See, look at that. Look where his pants are. His butt is totally out. His dingling, it's like your pants are off. And this is, they reduce the people of the book. It's not funny, bro. It's tragic. It's ridiculous. The level of success of destroying this group of people that was chosen in the scripture, this actually physically, mentally, spiritually, athletically, emotionally gifted class of people, to reduce them down to the lowest of even, not even a people. Okay? Yeah, come on, Yeshua. I said, they ain't even praising the Most High for giving them another chance. Nah, nothing but a tattoo. Look where his pants is. That's why I'm like, boy. All right, let's continue. Look how he moving like an old man. Probably all of like 16 years old.
ain't nothing, yeah, man. I'm chilling up in my little cribby or whatever, yeah. I ain't even thought again, yeah, man. They can come straight, hit me up. Hit me right here. My mother pick up the stomach. This bitch went out though, yeah, man.
What you got hit with?
Full nickel.
That ain't nothing but a little tattoo, you hear me? That's it.
That bitch off my tattoo.
Believe that.
I just got a tattoo.
But I'm saying, accident though, we don't just, this don't just happen. You know what I'm saying, accident how we rock.
Yeah, what's happening? This killer, aka sick without
Oh, they cut. So the one next to him said it's nothing but a tattoo. He lifted his shirt up and he got a cut all the way from the bottom of his all the way up to his neck. He got bust and he was enlarged in his heart and he was dead they had to bring him back to life. So he showed his and his whole chest is ripped open. The dude next to him, he says nothing but a tattoo, right? And it's like, all right, let's go back.
Just happen, you know what I'm saying? Accident how we rock.
Yeah, what's happening? This
accident though, we don't just, this don't just happen. That's it.
That bitch off my tattoo.
Believe that.
I just got a tattoo.
But I'm saying, accident though, we don't just, this don't just happen. You know what I'm saying? Accident how we rock.
Yeah, what's happening? This killer, aka sick without the milk, you heard me? What's going on out there, man? We in the hood, you heard me? Chilling with the fellas, man. Everybody introduce yourself right quick, man. It's the God, Chino, leave that.
This Ripper right here, homie. Skip out the mouth on the dump, you already know.
So I hit my fucking safe for 30 G's. Scope my intro and break it down a quarter B's. I'm going holler at tech on the ramp. Chilling with the others, getting back down.
My best friend Danny was about Chris' age when he got shot.
Right.
The same way Chris got shot.
Danny had all the girls.
That's what's happening.
Believe that.
Sure.
Yo, that's what's happening.
Danny Ramsey.
Before you get hushed again, nigga.
I ain't getting shot no more.
You don't know.
I ain't getting shot no more.
But anyway,
it's just a procedure.
Anyway,
how you feel like you can make that a solid? What he's saying, he ain't getting shot no more.
He can't say that. Danny always said.
That's the other dude. See? Now they show the image. That's the other one lifted his shirt up. The one who said it's just a tattoo. And you see, he said, so the OG said, come on, man, for you, I'll mess around here, get shot again. The young boy said, I ain't going to get shot again. He said, you ain't sure of that. And then he said, it's just a procedure. So he's just trying to downplay it all. You know, it's just a procedure. But right here, I think on another show, because I got other stuff I'm be bringing out later, another time. He shows his, and then over here, y'all see that? That's a big hole and a big hole, two big holes in his side, and it went to his heart. And then the ones he got shot up. Okay? That's him. And he one of their legends in their hoods too.
What he's saying, he ain't getting shot no more.
He can't say that. Danny always said, I'm not gonna let a kill me like they killed my daddy. Danny got killed. You cannot control that. You can pray and hope that you're in the right spot and it don't happen. But Chris right now could be 6 feet under.
Now these are kids. Now y'all see, they just showed another kid in the wheelchair. Look at this. And guys, the project is built on top of a graveyard. Do you understand? And nobody has the understanding to know these spirits, these curses, and all of this. And then they release this devil of crack and all of this, the destruction. And then the little boys, you see the little one like 24/7, 24/7, right? What do they got to look to, right? They like, son, come here, I'm a bust them, man. I'm a bust them before they bust me.
Anyway,
how you feel like he can make that a solid? What he's saying, he ain't getting shot no more.
He can't say that. Danny always said, I'm not gonna let a kill me like they killed my daddy. Danny got killed. You cannot control that. You can pray and hope that you're in the right spot and it don't happen. But Chris right now could be 6 feet under. And I watched him grow up. Right. And his moms and I are like sisters and brothers. Right. They got a large family. Think about the effect of the family it would have had during the holidays. Right. These little brothers, they come up under us. I watch them grow up. But like they say, this rough territory, and even the old schools again witnessed 13 murders in the summer of '83, not the year of '83. The summer of '83.
The summer of 1983 was a hot one, and I'm not referring to the weather, but to the number of murders the Melpomene would experience within those 4 months alone. And one of the most memorable and talked about.
Now, the reason why he said the summer of '83 was a hot one, this is when this crack stuff was released, guys. That's why that's a memorable summer when all this, right? This is when crack was at its peak. When released on our communities.
The summer of 1983 was a hot one, and I'm not referring to the weather, but to the number of murders the Melpomene would experience within those 4 months alone. And one of the most memorable and talked about events that took place that summer was the departure of a young Melf legend by the name of Tiger.
Tiger from out the mouth.
You got Tiger. Tiger got all his gold knocked out of his mouth. Tiger tongue got knocked out of his mouth.
By the time I had heard of Tiger, he was what locals called out there, which means for whatever reason, he had become a thorn in the side of the entire community. He was no more than 21 years old, about 5'6", 150 pounds, and had built a horrible reputation for jacking anybody that was getting money, even those who were considered kingpins. Before Tiger was out there, he was cool with just about everybody in the hood. But after he started robbing people, he had lost everybody's trust and even made people nervous when he came around because he was constantly having shootouts with those he had previously robbed. My first and last encounter with Tiger was close and personal because I was with his younger brother Petey the night he was killed by a speeding car on MLK Jr. Boulevard. Tiger walked up to the garden pipes I was sitting on and took a seat. He looked me straight in the eyes and said, "You was with my brother the night he got killed, huh?"
Now they talking about one of the most dangerous boys to walk. That's my title. One of the most dangerous to ever walk the streets in New Orleans. His name was Tiger. Remember, they're young, 21 years old. They said before he used to be a nice, in the community, right? Liked by everybody and everything. But that crack, guys, with that money and what crack did, I witnessed it firsthand. That crack turned people into savages. And that spirit, Donnie Yah said that you cannot build life on top of death, building them on a graveyard. It's like it's a curse, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's like no one can even see it. All right, let's continue. This is the story of Tiger.
cool with just about everybody in the hood, 50 pounds, and had built a horrible reputation.
Only 5'6", 21.
Time I had heard of Tiger, he was what locals called out there, which means for whatever reason, he had become a thorn in the side of the entire community. He was no more than 21 years old, about 5'6", 150 pounds, and had built a horrible reputation for jacking anybody that was getting money, even those who were considered kingpins. Before Tiger was out there, he was cool with just about everybody in the hood. But after he started robbing people, he had lost everybody's trust and even made people nervous when he came around because he was constantly having shootouts with those he had previously robbed. My first and last encounter with Tiger was close and personal because I was with his younger brother Petey the night he was killed by a speeding car on MLK Jr. Boulevard. Tiger walked up to the garden pipes I was sitting on and took a seat. He looked me straight in the eyes and said, "You was with my brother the night he got killed, huh?" I confirmed it, then he asked me, was I all right? I explained that Petey tried to make it across the street before the car passed, but when it did, I didn't see Petey on the other side of the street. Instead, he was about a half a block down where the driver had stopped and got out to try to assist him. But it was too late. I noticed while talking to Tiger, he looked exhausted, would take a slow, deep breath before every sentence, and on the side of his right calf was a dry trickle of blood where he had been shot, but couldn't go to the hospital in fear he'd be arrested. Tiger was on his last leg, literally, and he knew there was no returning from all the bad seeds he had planted. So for anyone who was coming to get him had better not miss. Scotty, who...
Now you see that story? Tiger's little brother got hit by a car. The dude narrating saw it. Tiger came up to him and said, "I heard." Now this little boy, only 21 years old, 5'6", 150 pounds, little guy. And he said, "I heard you saw my brother, you was with him." And he told the story about how his little brother got hit by the car. And he said he looked down and he can see Tiger in pain. And he see blood dripping down his calf. He was shot, but he couldn't go to a hospital because he know they'd be waiting for him to lock him up. And he says he knew that Tiger was on his last leg at 21. And he said, "What do you think if anybody was coming for him?" Like, it's like no hope. It's like to the hopeless. Born into death. The whole tenement, the whole project is sitting on the graveyard. There's so many ancestral devils, spirits that's all over. And then they release the devil itself crack.
Down where the driver had stopped and got out to try to assist him. But it was too late. I noticed while talking to Tiger, he looked exhausted, would take a slow, deep breath before every sentence, and on the side of his right calf was a dry trickle of blood where he had been shot, but couldn't go to the hospital in fear he'd be arrested. Tiger was on his last leg, literally, and he knew there was no returning from all the bad seeds he had planted. So for anyone who was coming to get him had better not miss. Scotty, who was another Melpomene native and big timer at the time, was one of Tiger's victims and decided to take it upon himself to put an end to the jacking sprees, the shootouts, and ultimately the fear Tiger had instilled in the projects. Less than 1 week after my conversation with Tiger, me and my partner Meat was standing outside his 4th floor apartment while looking downstairs at Scotty and Tiger, who appeared to be having a conversation. This was an odd scene, and everybody around must have known how explosive that situation was, because as crowded as the project was that day, nobody was standing near them. And just like we all expected, without warning, Scotty drew down. Then bang, he let off the first shot, hitting Tiger in the right shoulder, which spent him around, sending him into a full sprint. With no chase, Scotty pointed his weapon and spazzed out. By the second to third shot, I'd hit the ground for safety, and by the time I had stood back up, I could see Scotty walking up to Tiger, who was lying on the ground motionless. Scotty swapped out his clip, got close to Tiger, and swoop, I got low again to hear Scotty empty the second clip. I stood back up to see Scotty walking away from Tiger, and right before he took a seat on the hallway stairs, everyone who was in attendance began to applaud. People were smiling, walking up to Scotty and thanking him. Me and Meat walked downstairs to get a closer look at it all, and I can clearly remember the old lady saying to him, "Thank you so much, young man. Don't feel bad you had to do what you had to do." The truth is, with Tiger out of the picture, the project could breathe again, and people didn't have to worry about that dangerous element anymore.
So Scotty stood over him and emptied the second clip into Tiger, and then turned around and walked back and sat on the step of the project, and everyone applauded. And then an old lady said, "Don't feel bad. You had to do what you had to do." You see, it's the spirit that's over the whole place. Once it get to this level, it's a spirit over the whole environment.
To get a closer look at it all, and I can clearly remember the old lady saying to him, "Thank you so much, young man. Don't feel bad you had to do what you had to do." The truth is, with Tiger out of the picture, the project could breathe again, and people didn't have to worry about that dangerous element anymore. When the police arrived, they approached Scotty but never handcuffed him. One of the officers even said to him, "We've been trying to get this guy for weeks," with a smile on his face as he extended his hand to Scotty, and they shook. Usually when someone has just died in the project, people would gather around to get a closer look, but in this case it was nearly impossible.
Tiger got all his gold knocked out of his mouth. Tiger tongue got knocked out of his mouth.
Nathaniel Cantrell Allen, better known to us all as Face, was born in 1977 to a large family that had major presence within the Melpomene projects and was known throughout as the family not to fuck with. Face was one of the oldest cousins to many younger Allen boys that came after him, and even as little kids, they were always into some issue. Face and his underlings were a force to be reckoned with, constantly at the center of beef, and by the time they became young men, they were cultivating and manipulating a major portion of the city's underworld as the notorious Young Melf Mafia. For whatever reason, Cantrell was given the nickname Face at an early age, and ever since I can remember, that's what we called him. Like myself, not many people knew his real name, just Face, and after the summer of 1985, his appearance had caught up with his nickname. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was on my way back to the project from the Gallo movie theater. I made it to the end of the project, and as I entered the park, I noticed people running in a panic back into the project. So I turned around to look into the direction they were running, and I could see what appeared to be someone on fire jumping and running around. So like everyone else, I took off in that direction. I got about 10 feet away from the flames before I stopped and went into a full standing body paralysis. All I could do was stare in shock because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was Face, fully engulfed in flames, rolling around in the grass in the middle court trying to put himself out. Still to this day, I don't remember hearing any sound until my next door neighbor, Miss Cuda, got right in my face and yelled to me, "Take off your shirt. Hurry, give me your shirt." Miss Cuda collected enough shirts from the crowd, threw them on top of Face, and within the matter of seconds, the fire was out. Miraculously, he survived it. When the story came out, it was said that a jealous woman threw a lit bottle of gas from outside into the window of the bedroom of her boyfriend's mistress. But instead of hitting her mark, she threw the bottle into the wrong window. The gas bottle hit Face and two of his siblings, but Face was the only one to survive it. Months after the incident,
Y'all hear? She threw the bottle into the wrong window, and him and his two little siblings got burned alive. Both of them died. He ran out to the front, and the lady put him out as he's rolled on the grass trying to put himself out. Shalian Maya, jealous, trying to throw it into the mistress of her boyfriend's apartment. Still gonna kill somebody. But that's what happened.
Instead of hitting her mark, she threw the bottle into the wrong window. The gas bottle hit Face and two of his siblings, but Face was the only one to survive it. Months after the incident, Face was back in the projects, and for the first few weeks, he wore bandages on his face and body to protect his scars. By the time the next summer came around, Face had been mask-free and accepted by everyone in the project, excluding most of the young.
Now look at him. Scarred for life. The curses over this place.
He wore bandages on his face and body to survive it. Months after the incident, Face was back in the projects, and for the first few weeks, he wore bandages on his face and body to protect his scars. By the time the next summer came around, Face had been mask-free and accepted by everyone in the project, excluding most of the young kids who Face would run after and purposely scare. By the time he was a teenager, he was known citywide as the burnt dude from the mouth that'll put in that work. Like any of the Allen boys, Face had no emotion when it came to slinging that iron. And in a city where murder makes you famous, he quickly made the proper connects.
That's them on tour with Cash Money Brothers. So a lot of them, Baby and them, Cash Money and them took them on tour. Master P and them took them on tour. That's them, they coming off a boat off tour.
By the time they were young men, the Allen boys had become a powerful family who had built their empire in the underworld of Central City, New Orleans, until a major flow of gang investigations began in New Orleans in 2012, making the Young Melf Mafia a high priority on their list. Face was shot and killed in 2012, but 5 Allen family members, along with several of their goons, kept the Young Melf Mafia going until the 2012 Old Western style shootout took.
So those are all his brothers. So it's about 5 of them. And growing up, that's what you do. You become a crew, a posse, crack, selling drugs. And when it's a family of a bunch of them, and that's what they did. Yeah, his name was Face before it happened. That's why he said the name caught up with him, the narrator.
Melf Mafia a high priority on their list. Gang investigating boys had become a powerful family. By the time they were young men, the Allen boys had become a powerful family who had built their empire in the underworld of Central City, New Orleans, until a major flow of gang investigations began in New Orleans in 2012, making the Young Melf Mafia a high priority on their list. Face was shot and killed in 2012, but 5 Allen family members, along with several of their goons, kept the Young Melf Mafia going until the 2012.
Did y'all hear that? Face was shot and killed in 2020. Like the burn wasn't enough, right? He gone. And now his little brothers.
New Orleans in 2012, making the Young Melf Mafia a high priority, had built their empire in the underworld of Central City, New Orleans, until a major flow of gang investigations began in New Orleans in 2012, making the Young Melf Mafia a high priority on their list. Face was shot and killed in 2012, but 5 Allen family members, along with several of their goons, kept the Young Melf Mafia going until the 2012 Old Western style shootout took place between YMM members and the rival gang that claimed the lives of a couple of people, which was the last straw as far as the law was concerned. The Young Melf Mafia was finally scooped up by the feds, and 5 members of the Allen family were found guilty on multiple counts for their role in running a gun and drug distribution network. Oh,
now that was my core video. That's why I'm going to be like doing clip videos as well to tell stories. I'm gonna go into one of my stories, and then we're going to close out. But that was the title, New Orleans' Most Hated Gangster. That was Tiger. Burned alive, still shooting. That was Face. Both dead. From the Melf projects, built on a graveyard. As I broke down The reason why I broke that down, is because when I was putting the video together, the Most High told me all those spirits that they built all of these project housing communities on top of graveyards, and all of the death and murder and kill and all of the drugs and the life. You see the little boy talking about 24/7, we got to, right? And New York, Chicago, New Orleans, Georgia, right? Ohio, Cincinnati, Connecticut, Texas. Like you could just name a place. It's the same. New York. They breed and they bred these spirits, this degradation. Tonight clip I'm about to show was a clip that I on our ministry channel, I did a story about Donnie McKirkland. Y'all remember the live, right? After I did the video about Donnie McKirkland, right? It's called The Christian Church is Attacking Donnie McKirkland because he, right? After I did that live, the Most High reminded me, listen, everybody, he put Donnie McKirkland in my path. When I got 15 to life in prison, and the Most High was trying to get my attention, and he got my attention, but I didn't really fully listen. I didn't. He locked me up for 15 to life. That's when I took it to trial to the Supreme Court, and I beat it. Now, the Most High said I would beat it. I would beat it. He sent my ex's Christy's grandmother, who was a pastor, to say, he's gonna get you out of this, but after he's gonna want you to give him your time. That was her words coming from North Carolina. As we were going from North Carolina to this, when I owned my nightclub. This is this is after they shot it up. Because when I had my nightclub, I was still going to trial. And then for those who know the story in this channel, when they shot up my nightclub, and then I didn't have no way to make money, and then I was still going to trial. So we would drive from North Carolina to New York for our court dates, but then the trial had to start. So I needed to be there every day. So we drove, me, her, and my little baby Benito, up to New York, and that's when I started to go to trial for 15 to life. I told that story on here. Now, my brother Kevin, my older brother, my brother Kevin was getting high on coke, and he had a friend, and she had an apartment. So because me and Christy were staying in a hotel, and it was like hundreds of dollars a night, and I was running out of money because I had no money. My club was closed. All my money was locked from the 15 to life, because this is when the great the market crash of 2006, because this is 2006, what I'm telling y'all about. Oh, thank you. I'm small. All right. This is 2006 I'm telling y'all about, right? So let me stop share. All right, let me come make this full screen so I can see y'all. There we go. So now my brother Kevin, I was talking to my brother Kevin, and he was like, I was like, I need this. The hotel was killing me because all my money was running out. All my money in my real estate was stuck, and the banks wasn't giving loans. They wasn't giving loans, equity lines of credit, because I owned all my houses, and they froze my assets in the charges. I had got a charge with a kingpin charge, right? They was trying to get me. This is the music video. They was getting me with a. Was that the music video? Yes, the music video with the kingpin charge. So I'm taking it to the Supreme Court. So they froze everything. And then the market crash of 2006 was happening. So I couldn't get no money. So us staying in that hotel every night while I'm going to trial, I'm taking 15 to life. So I got to be, and my brother introduced me to this girl from Roosevelt, Strong Island named Joy. She was smoking crack. I don't want to call her a crackhead, but she was smoking crack. She was a function in smoking crack. So Joy had a job and she had her own apartment. She would smoke her crack to herself. Joy was a trip. I don't know if she alive or not, but shout out to Joy if she alive. If she not, RIP to Joy. I love Joy. Joy was nice to us. And so my brother Kevin, we stayed, we rented a room, me and Christy and Lil Benito in Joy house. So we had a room and Joy was smoking crack. So I would give her crack to pay for the room because I stupidly, let me explain. So I took it to trial. The Most High said he's going to get me out of it. But he told Christy's mother, who was a pastor in North Carolina, that once he free me from this, he's going to want me to give him my time, right? That means serve him. And I knew it because he was speaking to me, right? And going to 15 to life, they was giving me life. So I was stressed beyond, I can't even explain the amount of stress, all right? So I was able to bail out. I was out on bail and I got a superstar lawyer team, right? I paid them 50 G's and I got them after the first lawyer. The first lawyer sold me out and I was so stressed. They was trying to give me, I think they was trying to give me 20, I think, so they went down to 20 years or 15 years. Sorry, I can't remember. I told the story on this channel. I think they went down the lowest to 15. I think I even got them down to 10 if I remember correctly, but I think it was 15. But 15 years was like life to me, bro. And it was like, this charge was bogus, bro. And I'm like, so they're trying, so I'm taking it to trial. And if I blow trial, I'm going to get 25 to life. Okay. So that's the 15. So they was offering me 15 to life. Okay. And there you go. That's sorry. It was the 15. It got down to 15. And I wouldn't take it. So the first lawyer was selling me out. And he was trying to get me he was selling me out. He was working for the system. Right. And so anyway, so this is after we got the second lawyer, the superstar lawyer team, we moved to New York to go to trial. And my brother hooked me up. No, Joy was after. So we was in the hotel when we was going to trial. And then I beat it like the Most High said I would. I got freed from the 15 to life. Okay? United States Supreme Court, I took it to trial. The superstar lawyer team, they beat it. I told that story on this channel. Then I was supposed to remember when I left the courtroom, United States Supreme Court, that the Most High said he want me to give him my time to serve him. I got introduced to God. I didn't know God. I was the God Rashon, part of the nations of gods and earths. I didn't have no relationship with the Most High Creator. I didn't believe in that. I believe that there was a mystery God. You can't see, touch, taste, smell, or hear. I believe that we are Yads, which we are, but there was no higher power than us. So there was a visitation. I did it on this channel. So after I beat the trial, when I left the court, I was supposed to focus. I was supposed to leave the United States Supreme Court in Nassau County, Strong Island, as Mineola, Strong Island, Mineola, Long Island. I was supposed to leave the courtroom. We were supposed to get in my black Mercedes, me and Christy and my baby Benito, and we were supposed to drive right back to North Carolina. I was supposed to get to North Carolina, give grandma a hug. she would have been crying, said, Grandma, he freed me. She said, I told you, Sean, she country from North Carolina. I told you, Sean, I told you he gonna free you. That's what she would have said. I know her. And then I was supposed to say, Grandma, what am I supposed to do now? And I knew that I was supposed to teach the word of the Most High. I knew it. He had told me already, but I don't know what that entails. That's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to, as soon as we left that Supreme Court, we were supposed to drive from that Supreme Court building, go to that hotel, pack up all our stuff, get on that road, and head home to North Carolina. And Grandma what I probably would have did was probably start co-pastoring in Grandma's church, because Christy's grandma was a pastor, a minister, and she had a church. And I already had an anointing, and all I would have had to do was say, Grandma, what to do. And once I would have probably started pastoring, that would have been it. But instead, I walked out of, once they freed me from the 15 of life, me and Christy walked out that Supreme Courtroom. We walked downstairs. It was summertime, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, sunny. We got to my black 500 Mercedes. We opened those doors. They had took my license. She got on the driver's side. I got on the passenger side. The only thing I could think of was, now I got to get this money. I lost $700,000. I was worth 1.5. For those who know the channel, y'all already know. For those who don't, go to the older videos. I show you pictures and images of my monies, my cars, my Benzes, my houses, my nightclub, all of it. So everybody, if you don't know, if you knew, go back to the old videos and see, then come back. Ain't nothing bogus. You heard? So now I was supposed to, so what I did, all that the Most High said he wants to give you his time, he gonna free you, went right out the window. I forgot all that. Only thing I could think was I lost 700 G's. At this point, I'm worth about 500,000, and it's all in my properties. You understand? Now, the other monies that I got, they got it locked up in this trial, but that's going to get released. You see? That's going to get released later because I just beat the trial. So now you got to give it time for the system to let go of your monies. But there's a great market crash happening in real estate of 2006. It's right after Katrina stuff. You heard? So now I'm like, so half of my money, well, 700,000 gone. I'm worth like half. I was worth like 1.3, 1.4, 1.3 to 1.5. I was going to go from residential real estate to buy commercial strip malls. So now I'm just thinking, I got to get this money. That's the only thing I'm thinking. I got to flip this money. I got to get this money. I got to get this money. I got to get this money. Now I'm worth $500,000, but it's not liquid. It's in my properties. Now the market crashed. I can't get my my liquid. I used to could go into the Bank of America and take out a home equity line of credit on one of my houses. What I used to could do right then, I could have left out of, let's say if the Most High didn't time this for the market crash of 06 and all, I could have walked right the next day and we could have did it that same day, went right into Bank America on Hempstead Turnpike and walked in. They knew me because I've been dealing with my real estate. I own 15 houses in North Carolina and one in New York, right? And so they knew me firsthand basis, a platinum customer. So I walk right in and they'd be like, hello, how can we help you today? I'd be like, listen, I want to take out an equity line of credit on 775 Vaughn Street. I still know the addresses of my houses, or 886 Lamb Street. You heard? I still know the houses numbers. These are my houses. I own 15 of them. You heard? So that's what I could have. I could have went in there and said, listen, I want 775 Vaughn Street. I want to take out a home equity line of credit. They'd be like, how much do you want? Now, those houses weren't worth that much. So the small one, I probably could have said, give me 40,000 off that house, right? And took that 40,000 as just enough to buy me over and go down there, take the 40 G's, go down to North Cac. All right, Grandma, what I need to do, I need to teach this word and get started serving the Most High. He didn't take everything. But instead, the market, I couldn't get no money. My houses, the bank stopped giving loans. This is a great market crash. Y'all heard it in 2008. It started in 6 for us that own real estate. So they already stopped giving equity lines of credit, and the value of my houses was dropping like $1,000 a day. Within 6 months, people was losing 200,000-300,000 in your house. I did. I lost all my houses. So it's like a burning my money. So instead of me trusting in the Most High and just getting in the car and us driving, getting out of New York, you heard? Get out of New York. They set you up the first time. They set me up, the police, my black Benz. Get out of New York. My car was impound, all that. We got the car to impound. Now, I don't know it. They put a low jack on the car. Now, listen clearly. My car was in the impound when they locked me up. When I bailed out for the 15 to life, whatever, got my car back. Y'all know the story off the channel. I don't know. The police put a low jack on my Benz while it was in the impound. So they're tracking me. Do y'all understand? Now, I don't know this. Now, the Most High said he wanted me to serve him. He wanted my attention after he gets me out of this 15 of life. I knew it. Christy Grandma said it. Now, I was supposed to, if I would have put the Most High first, me and Christy would have left that doggone United States Supreme Court, got in that black Benz, went right to that hotel, packed it up, went to say bye to my brother Kevin, or called everybody bye to whoever and got on that highway and went right back to North Carolina. And them police would have been like, crap. The low jack probably, I guess it goes out of, I don't know how low jacks work. I guess it goes out of distance. Once we would have left New York, they'd have been like, he gone. And guess what? I'm really gone because now I'm serving the Most High. And I was still worth $500,000. It was in properties, but I was still, you see? And guess what? I didn't listen. We left out that Supreme Court. We walked to that Benz. We popped the door. She all happy and crying because I'm free. I was getting life, so we thought I was going for life. Put that seat back. She started the car, put the sunroof back. Y'all know I popped my glove compartment, put the weed, took a Dutch Master, cracked it with my fingers, pop, 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 pop that Dutch. Empty in the Supreme Court parking lot, empty the contents of the Dutch Master on I just beat life, and I'm in their parking lot. Talk about disrespect. I might as well just pissed in the courtroom. Empty that Dutch, forget the Most High. It went all out emptied it, popped it, rolled the biggest blunt in the world, rolled it up. She looking at me, and I lit that thing. Sunroof back. Now, that's the most dangerous thing because I'm in a white racist neighborhood called Mineola where the court is, where they lock us up. Anybody know that from Hempstead? No, that is the stupidest thing in the world. Weed smoke at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the summertime. You gotta drive through Mineola, through the white neighborhood to get to the Hempstead, to the ghetto. You stupid. That boy crazy. And I sparked that blunt and we start driving. And the only thing in my head with the seat back in my Benzo is I'm about to get this bag. And the only thing I could think of is all I knew, crack. I wish I would have been smart enough just to get weed. Oh, stupid, stupid, stupid ration. Stupid ration. So that's when I needed a connect now. I'm free. I'm free, literally free. It's over. I beat the charge. I'm free. 15 to life. It's over. Like I'm free. And for almost a whole year, I was walking dead with 15 to life. I was going, I was living, breathing zombie with this life hanging over my head, smoking weed like a crackhead, like so stressed. My life is over. I'm about to do life in prison because I can't imagine beating no trial. I'm scared to death. I'm going to trial. Not going to get 15. They giving me 25 to life when I blow this trial. Mandatory. And I'm like, I'm never coming home. I can't even breathe, bro. I'm walking zombie. And now I beat it. And the only thing I could think, like you said, Yasharallah, they didn't thank the Most High when they got shot. I didn't thank the Most High. Only thing I could think is I got to get this money. So only thing I could think of is crack because that's all I've been selling since I was a little boy, 12 years old. I started selling crack at 12 years old. That's all I knew. I knew crack as my mama and my daddy. Crack pay my bills. Crack give me food in my stomach. Crack give me a roof over my head. Crack give me, that's all I knew. I didn't know anything else as a child. And so I went, and I knew Daddy U, my cousin Unique, who be here. Unique was hustling with the gods. I ain't gonna say his name. And Unique and the God was doing it. At this point, the God was selling keys. He was moving it. And they all knew me from the streets. So my respect level, but I just needed to connect. So I went to Unique. Unique, like, I got you. So Unique introduced me to his man, which knew me. I was the guy. And we started to connect. And the guy was like, yeah. He said, I need you around me because of my instinct. I've been, I did my time for all the crimes committed. I served my time for all of it. But I was dealing with keys. So I knew it's a different lifestyle of hustling. I was a hustler's hustler. So the guy was like, he was like, you know what? I'm gonna give it to you for what I get it for. I just want you around me. I want your senses, like your expert. I mean, I have spiritual senses, like the sixth sense. I can feel energy, and there's certain levels to drug dealing, and these high levels of sorcery. It's death, it's witchcraft, and there's certain senses that I have. It's just instinctual, and he knew it because I'm a survivor. So he was like, he was dealing with people out of state. I think I did some of these stories, and they was dealing keys, and he wanted me. He was like, I'll give it to you. I think he was getting it for like 18. So a kilo, normal price at this time. I think this is 2006. A kilo at that time in New York City was going for like 26,000 for a kilo. He was getting it for like 18,000, 17,000, right? So he said, I'll give it out. And I wasn't buying a kilo. I was starting over again. So I was only going to spend like $400 or $500. I forgot what that's about, like an ounce or two, whatever that is, small stuff. But he's giving it to me for 18. You can't get that price unless you're buying a kilo. That's not how drug works, right? So for me buying that little bit amount, somebody would charge me like $28 a gram, $30 a gram. I'm getting it for 18. So that means my 500, I can make that 500 into about almost 2,000. You know what I mean? I could flip that or 3 times. I could make that 500 into 1,500. You understand? Like easily. So it's allowed me to get up quicker. And he said, I'm gonna give it to you for that price as long as I want you around me, because he's making these moves and he's never been on this level before. He got to connect somewhere out of state, and he's getting these kilos, like 5 and 10 kilos, right? And they got a trap house, right? And they doing it. They got big AK-47s all over the table and coke and triple beam scales. Remind you of a TV show, like a movie. Like they live in the movie. And I would never be that, no disrespect, but I was never that stupid. When I was hustling, I was doing it to that level, but no one would know. I would never have it in a trap house and everybody know. And they would have the customers come to the trap. This is facts, guys. They would have the customers come to the trap house, and then Christy, stupid but pregnant when I got locked up, was in the trap house with my baby in her stomach. But let me focus. Let me focus. I need to get into the story. So let me give you a scenario. We would go to the crack house, and this crack house, let me not say where it was, because I don't play no police games. You heard? And I don't know what nobody's doing, and I don't know, but it's in between the hills and Terra Ave. I'm not gonna say where it's at, but if you know, you know, right? Because I might say the name, and police be watching stuff. And we don't incriminate nobody. I don't know what people still doing. I ain't doing nothing, but that don't mean other people ain't still doing something, right? This ain't no incriminating stuff. So anyway, let me give you the example of the crack house, the trap house. You pull up, right? So on the regular street with people houses and stuff, right? You pull up, you walk to the trap house. He had customers that would come and buy their crack or coke, and people buying weight too, hustlers who come there to buy ounces, A for key from him. He was big balling shot calling, right? He was doing his thing, right? And so a crackhead or a cokehead could actually come, knock on the door, all them in there, Unique in there, all they boys in there, they got their girl in there, they got everybody in there, they smoking weed, girls braiding people hair, they got music playing, and you would knock on the door, someone open the door, but they know who you are, so if you know where the trap house is and everything, you know somebody. You come in, right? They let you in. Soon as you walk in, it's a kitchen, it's a table, no chairs around it, just a kitchen table right there, right? It's an apartment it's like a 2-bedroom apartment in a house, like a brownstone connected row of houses for those in New York, right? So you walk in and it's a table, right? And literally on the table, so you knock on the door, right? Knock, knock, knock. Someone open the door, right? Somebody be like, yo, somebody at the door. They open the door. They ain't got no cameras or nothing. Open the door. It's a crackhead or somebody want coke or somebody want to buy weed or somebody there, right? You got to know who they are to know it, right? They let you in. Soon as you walk in, it's a table, and on the table it's a triple beam scale sitting right on the table. Soon as you open the door, a triple beam scale is that scale, the old scale with a big circle thing. I should have put an image of a triple beam where you weigh a kilo, you weigh your coke on it. A triple beam scale on the table, and there's coke all over the table. I'm talking about cocaine residue, like white. So the table is like a brown wood look, but the whole table is white. It's just white all over, right? Because it's coke. So it's coke all over the triple beam scale is white. And so somebody be like, yo, what up? You come in, you be like, yo, what up? Everybody, yo, what up? What up? Somebody come from the back, and somebody be like, yo, what you need? Yo, I want to buy somebody, if it's a crackhead or they'd be like, yo, I want to buy, give me 3 20s, give me two 50s, I got $100, or I got, if it's somebody buying weight, yo, I want a half a key, or I want, right? You get whatever you want, right? So they would come in there. It wasn't my trap house. So they would come in there. Now I'm giving you an example because soon as you open the door, it's a table. I would never do nothing this stupid. And it's coke all over the table, a triple beam on the scale. Then they would go to the back, whatever you want, come back up, bring out a big bag of coke and put the thing on the scale, right? And then give you raw coke, right? The best raw dog, give you what you want, fish scale, right? And you take your sip, yo, what up, yo, I'm out, yo, I'll be back, all right. And then you walk out and leave. And it was 24 hours. This is a trap house. Now, this is what my cousin was doing. Now, I never, back in our real young days in the early 80s when crack, I remember, I don't want to say his name. He did his time for time committed, but I don't want to say it. Let's say his name was Rakim. Just for those who know, you know. Rakim was be my man. He had trap houses on the Heights. Shout out to Crown Heights, instead of Strong Island, right? And I used to think Rakim was crazy. I'm like, he always got these trap houses. Before it was called trap house. We used to call them crack houses, right? We sell out, we get a bando house, right? Or a crackhead person out of the house, and you set up a shop. But I never liked that because to me, it was a central location where the police they can run in there. So I never did the trap house thing. I always delivered. I was on the block, and then when I left being on the block, hand in hand, then I went to delivering by the beeper, right? I'm not gonna have a location where they could just run in there, get the door. I just never was, that was crazy to me. So now, when I left the courtroom, so United States Supreme Court, now I'm trying to figure a way, I gotta get this money because I don't got access to my money in the real estate because of the market crash. And y'all remember, so I wanted to go down to North Carolina with at least 20 G's, right? So I don't think I could think of as crack. So I go find my cousin Unique. Unique, like, of course I got you. So he introduced me to the guy. The guy knew who I was, and we hit it off. So the guy, like, I'm gonna give it to you for what I get it for. So now my thing was, now I'm in the crack house, right? So now I go there. Now I get to see they set up. That's what I'm telling you. So when I walk in, now I can't say nothing. So my cousin take me there. He opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, it's coke all over the table. In a triple beam, and I'm like, what And now the first thing I'm thinking, guys, listen clearly. I just left the Supreme Court. I just beat 15 to life for a drug charge, which a cop set me up, but I was still, I was still guilty because I was still hustling. And you pay back no matter what sins you commit, right? So I'm remember, I left the Supreme Court. I was stressed out for about a year, smoking, getting life. I beat it, so now I got a second chance of life. And here I am in this crack house. Do you understand? Where they open the door and there's cocaine all over the table, a triple beam, and an AK-47 on the table, bro. A freaking, and they put the guns and stuff there on purpose. So this is what they was doing. So when the customers come to buy, they see all the guns. So they had like an AK, the AK-47 is the big gun with the wood. It got wood on it. Then they had like a Tech 9, these submachine guns. Then they had like 9s, stuff all over the table or on the counter because the kitchen, a 9 over there, coke all over. I'm like, so I walk in and I'm like, oh my. So first thing I'm like, oh my goodness, I got to get out of here. Because the only thing I could think is that at any minute the police is gonna come kick this door in. And I'm sitting up here like, bro, you tripping, bro. You tripping, bro. You tripping. You just beat life. If they kick this door in, you done, bro. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, and my girl outside, Christy, outside in the car, she don't know, right? Now I got the black 500 Benz parked outside. I don't know. I'm thinking my cousin taking me to meet the connect. We just going into a house. I didn't know we going to the trap house. He said it, but I didn't think it was going to be like out of a movie. So I'm in there and I'm like, so now I gotta play it cool though, because I need to connect, right? So I can't like trip out and freak out because I gotta talk to his boy and get him. We know each other from the streets. He know I'm the guy, right? Sean, I know he the God. I ain't gonna say his name, right? So we got respect, but we never rocked with each other, right? So I gotta build the rapport to get, he know I'm unique cousin, so he respect me from that, right? So I'm like, so yeah, all over the place, Sabaya. So I gotta play it cool, right? I can't act right. So I'm sitting there and they're like, yo. So the other guy up. And the funny thing is Math was there, the one who come here. I wish Math was here tonight. He usually here. Math was there. That's how I met Math. Right? And Math wasn't, this ain't saying he did anything. He was there though. He was one of the boys. He was one of their boys, homeboys. That's how I met Math, the one who comes here sometime and be right. And I'll be like, yo, what up, Math? Yeah, Math was there. I wish he was here. Math knows exactly what I'm talking about. He was there. So that's how I met him, right? I met him through my cousin Unique, right? So I'm in there. So Unique started introduce me. Math came out, yo, this God mathematics. This one came out, yo, this the God did this. This one came out, yo, the God from Roosevelt. I'm like, okay, what I'm saying, peace to the gods and everything, and I gotta play it cool. Now the door, knock at the door, and then someone turn around and just open the door. They're like, yo, what up? Somebody come in, what up? Yo, I'm good. We out there. Yeah, money out there, yo. I'm getting this money, right? So I'm looking, I'm like, now I don't know what's up. So then they shout out to Rohan. So then they save that for the Hakiyama, write Rohan's question now. Rohan, save it for the ministry tomorrow, Rohan. Write it down, Hakiyama, if you can. So for the ministry question. So so the door knocks, somebody come in, right? And that's they boy, like, yo, what up, yo, right? They give each other dap and stuff. And some of the young boys is Bloods. Because at this point in 2006, New York is blood. So my hood is all blood. So some of the young boys in there, like Math was older like me, Unique is older, we gods. The young boys, like, because they got like 18, 19, 20-year-olds in there too. They bloods. All the little young dudes is bloods. So some little blood come in like, yo, whoa. You know how they, they do all they blood thing, right? And they little blood, yo, what up, blood? What up? What up, homie? I think they were G Shines. That's a New York blood set, and Sex Money Murder. That's what they were. I'll never forget that because they started making records and stuff, and they would always G Shine and throwing up their thing and Sex Money Murder. So that's the little, because they had their little crews in there. There's a bunch of them little dudes in there, right? So they stay, so the dude come in, he throwing up his blood stuff. Yo, what up, blood? But all that stuff. They're like, yeah, there's money out there, man. It's money. And I'm just watching, right? There's money out there, man. Money. So they're like, yo, what you need? Yo, I need this. So they go and they go in the room. It's like, all right, let me tell the guy. So they went and told, I guess, the big guy who they working for, right? They go tell him, and I guess he tell them go ahead. So they come back out and they come out with a big thing, like a kilo, and they put the thing on the scale and they weighing it out. Like, yeah, God, yo, that stuff is raw, God, y'all got that, yo, yeah, right? So they like, and like, yo, you need some crack too? Yeah, I need some crack. So they get crack. So they got crack, they got coke, and they serve the dude. And I'm sitting there like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I got to get out of here, bro. Every minute I could just, I could just hear like freeze, boom, freeze, nobody move. And I'm screwed, bro. Like I'm going to jail forever. If I get caught listen, guys, you don't beat Nassau County in trial, first and foremost. It was I think they had a 98% conviction rate for 30 years of a city, of a county, not feds, and of the United States. Number one conviction. You don't mess around in Nassau County, New York. You can go to Suffolk County, New York, that's Long Island, and you take your butt to Queens, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Staten Island, and do all the crime you want. You get your butt across that line where my hood at, Hempstead, Nassau County, they're going to give you 50 years for a crack vial. You'll get 15 years in prison for one gun. With somebody in New York, you might do a year, 8 months. They call it a county bullet. They give you 50. Boy, you don't mess around. You lose your whole life. I'm in nothing. And I'm sitting there and this is the next day after I left out of the Supreme Court. I'm sitting there like, but I got to play it cool, right? I got to act like I'm not stressing. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, no, I can't. I'm just like, just chilling, right? I don't even know the young boys. I didn't know. Only one I knew was my cousin, and I knew the other guy, the older guy from Roosevelt. I never knew math, and then I knew the big boss, but he was still in the room. He's still in the back, right? So everybody else is about 10 other dudes in there. I don't know none of them. Young dudes from Terra Ave, the Terra Ave projects with Swift from and all that. So I'm like, so now I'm in there, but I got to play it cool, right? So only thing I could keep envisioning is them kicking this door in, right? I'm like, so I'm chilling. So they doing whatever. So my cousin talking to everybody like, all right, he's like, come on, Ra, I'm take you to meet the God. So he took me. So we went past the kitchen part into a living room part. So they got a living room part, then they got a bedroom back there. So he's like, all right, I'm gonna go get him. So he went in the back. He came back out with the God. So the God came out, he all big. God like, yo, what up, God? I'm like, yo, what up? I ain't seen him in a long time. So we gave the hug. Yeah, I heard you. I was like, yeah, I just beat a life bid. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, you beat it. I'm like, I beat it. It's over. I took it. He said, I know you was going to try. It's over. Superstar lawyer team, all that, everything is over. I beat it, right? So, I'm like, now I need to get back up because they got all my money locked in my real estate. Because my cousin's been bragging and talking about it, all that, me doing my real estate and all that. So he like, oh, okay. I'm like, I can't get no access to my funds. So I need about 20,000 before I go back down to North Cat. You know what I mean? So I could be straight and I'm gonna figure out something I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? But that's it. So I just need something to flip just to get home to North Cat. My girl, and that's it. You know what I mean? So he's like, yo, I got you. So, we kicked in, and that's when he told me, I'll do that another time, another story when he told me what he'll give me the price he getting it for. And he want me around him because he got some pickups to make. He got some things. And when he go out of state to pick up his keys, he want my eyes, my instincts. He wants me to instinctively, because you have stick-up kids. You might have the feds try to set you up and, making moves. And I'm a shrewd businessman. Like, I know how this plays. So I'm like, I used to be no joke when it comes to negotiating. right? I don't play no. I've been doing this since I was a child. Like I didn't did like it's like it was like natural to me. So I'm the type like, and I could cook it up myself. Like I was just I was raised in drugs since I was 12. It ain't nothing to be bragging. It's just trauma. It's sin. It's just horrible, bro. I should have had a mama and daddy. I shouldn't be selling drugs at 12 years old and crack and cooking crack at 12 years old in a jar and learn how to. Come on, bro. What kind of life? What? Yeah. So all right, so that was established. So he said, so I said, all right, he said, so what you got? I said, all I got right now is 500. He said, well, I'm gonna give it to you I'm getting it for 18. He said, and I said, when I flip this, I'm coming right back. And he said, all right, I said, my goal is to get 20 cents. He said, all right. I said, once I get 20,000, I'm out. That's it. He's like, all right, it's cool. He said, I'm taking a trip out of town. I think it was been a couple of weeks, and I'm gonna set that up. You coming with me? He was getting a connect to buy a bunch of kilos and stuff, wanted me to go. Boy, later on, I don't want to ruin the story. No, I'm not. I'm going to save the story. I'm going to save it. So anyway, so I say, oh, he said, all right, my man, they'll hook you up. He said, and then he said, yo, he called somebody, he said, yo, give him, whenever he come, give it to him for my price. 18, what? Give it to him for my price. And then my cousin was like, yo, I'll make sure of that. So I went, spent the 500. They gave it to me for that price. And I had a lot because I'm getting it for 18. And that was it. So then now I got my Coke because I didn't want the crack. I want to cook my own because I know how to chef, right? So I got my Coke. Now I got to get out this house, right? so I take my Coke, right? And I'm like, I got to get out this house. So I'm like, all right, but I got to play it cool. So I walk, thinking, give him a dap. He go back in there because he has some girls in there. He live in the rich drug dealer life, right? He got 2 women, 2 girls, they're rich drug dealer life. Guns all over, gun in his waistband. He come out with no shirt. He all diesel with a gun in his waistband. I swear if they wasn't starting living a movie, that they was literally living New Jack City. And I think it was purposeful. They crazy. To me, that's the stupidest thing in the world. I'm just not built like that. To me, that's stupidity. To me, if you're going to hustle, I do not do this. But to me, you have to be as quiet as possible, as less people know as possible. I'll have people thinking I'm picking up nothing but little 8 balls or an ounce when I was doing keys. Nobody knew I was doing keys. I would not sell you no weight. You ain't getting an ounce. You ain't getting nothing because once they know you got weight, they set you up. People snitch. They get locked up. Then they like, I know who got keys. I just didn't come from that life. I was just built different. So anyway, so I'm talking to my cousin, everything. Then I give math, I give everybody, yo, I'm out. And I'm like, come on, and my unique, he messing around because I think they live there. Yeah, they live. Matter of fact, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They live in the they live there, you know? They live there. They live in the trap house. They crazy, bro. They crazy. So my cousin Unique, I wish Unique was here. Unique lived there. He did his time for the crimes committed. All this is, we talking 2006 and stuff. He did all this. We ain't saying no crime. He ain't sell no drugs. He just lived in there. I ain't say he sold nothing. This is way past tense. This is 2006 stuff. Okay, we're in 2006. All right. So he ain't selling. I ain't say nobody sold me nothing. I just said he went and got one of his boys, and I ain't even say none of that. So we ain't telling nobody's names or nothing, right? Yeah, it's craziness. It's because it's kind of crash dummy. It's living that life and being crazy. So anyway, so my cousin, he doing this stuff, and I'm like, so after a while, I'm sitting around, I'm like, yo, Unique. I yelled through the house. Oh, come on, right? Because I'm like, I could get me out of here, bro, right? So I'm like, come on, Unique, I gotta go, man. I just cut. So he's like, all right. So he came, got me out. We walked out, right? I need him to walk me out. I want to leave out. Walked me out. We walked to the front. So he's like, you straight? I'm like, I'm straight. I'm like, thank you, cuz, right? So I give him the hug and everything. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna hit you up just to say, everything. I'm like, yeah. So then I get in the car. I get in the car. I got to go to the passenger side because I still don't got my driver's license. I just left the Supreme Court, right? So Christy got to drive. They're not going to get my license. They still got to finish, all the, stuff. I just beat the case. So they're gonna give me my license back, and they're gonna free my monies and all this stuff, right? Because I beat the trial. So, but it takes a while. So I get in the passenger side, and I'm like, come on, hurry up and start this car, right? Because now I realize my black Benz is parked in front of the trap house, bro. I'm like, I would have never let Unique let me park my car there if I knew it was a trap house like that. So I thought we was just going to their house. So we pull off, and then we get far away, and I open it up. She's like, what is that? I'm like, we straight, baby. Now, everybody listen. I'm supposed to be serving them. The Most High freed me from 15 of life. He said, once I free you, I'm going to want you to give me your time. I'm supposed to be trying to serve him. And here I am bragging to my girl. I got all this coke and this fish scale. It's shiny. You can ski. I'm about to turn this crack. I'm about to have a crack attack, boy. When I cook this, I'm going to have ding dong. The witch is dead. The bells. Ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, ding. I'm about to have the bells of all. I'm about to cook this thing to the oil, everything, and come back because I need them soon as they smoke one thing to be like, oh, I need that, right? Because I need to make this 20,000 real quick. You understand? My goal is just get 20,000 to get up out of New York. You heard? That's my goal, right? So I need to make this, and he gave it to me for 18. Oh, it's a wrap. So that means I can make my 20s big I can make my 20s like a 50. You understand? So for $20, you could get like a 50, and it's the strongest. It's gonna be the best. Oh, I'm about to rock the bells. LL Cool J in the building. Rock the bells. You heard? Now I'm fat. This is the past tense. Not glorifying. This is my sin and transgression. You heard? Now, we go, and then right before that, my brother, we were still staying in the hotel. So now me, Christy, and my baby, we in a hotel room. We got all this stuff in the hotel, and we got the Benz is packed with stuff because we changing clothes out of the car. And little Benito, we got his little baby bottles and stuff. We getting the little Infamil packets. That's when they start making Infamil, and you buy a little box of packets. And we take a bottle and shake the water and put the Infamil, making his bottles, right? And I'm in there. I'm in the hotel. I went and bought the baby jar. I'm in there cooking the crack, right? So now we staying in the hotel and stuff, but we spending all this money. I'm like, I need a place to stay. So I was trying to rent an apartment, but I didn't have I don't got no name. I didn't have no credit, no name. It's like I was screwed, right? So then my brother Kevin said, Joy, he knows somebody rent. And then we met Joy, and we rented out her room. Now, Joy smoked crack, and I was cooking the crack, so that's straight. So then once I said, Kev, here, give her this. And she was locked, boy. So when people smoke crack, they get different. So some people get real paranoid, they get scary. Some people jaw get locked. It's called lockjaw. They like that, right? They can't talk. And some people, it affects people differently. Some people, they get lockjaw like this, and then they just sit there. Some people spooky. It's like everybody, it does something different to. It's a different spirit, a different devil take over the person when they smoke it. Some people take off all their clothes and be walking through around. They feel like roach ants and stuff is crawling all over them. So they take some people on the ground looking for. They be on the carpet. Some people get paranoid, be looking through the window. They look, somebody's coming. They coming. They come. Like it affects everybody differently. So Joy, when she was getting hers, she would get quiet and like her mouth would get locked to the side, and she just like sit there in the living room. She just and don't say nothing. So I knew what was going to happen I knew what she was about to smoke. I know what I just cooked, and that was it. And my brother was like, "Yo," when she came up out of, my brother was like, she said you could just pay her in that. And I was like, good, because I'm trying to save as much as I can to get to 20,000 so I could leave. This is my sins I committed, not glorifying. Now I got Joy, and before that record deal, I had a record deal with Dipset, for those who know the story on this channel. So I had made the albums, and while I was going to trial, I had made an album of my life because I thought I was going to do life in prison. So I was making like my last album of music. And I end up bringing my equipment to Joy Room too, and I made a lot of this album in Joy's room. Okay, so because when I bought my equipment, because that's what I bought for most of North Carolina, equipment was in the back of the trunk. So now I bought these storage bins to put our clothes in her room, and I set up the equipment and my little mic, and I have my little studio with my trackboard. It's right over there, and it's before digital stuff. It's 2006, and 2006, but going into 7, it might be 2007, the beginning, right? So so I got my music. So Joy is hearing me make music. She's hearing the music. And so every time I would make a song, I would go out into my bins and put it in the car with my system and play it. So one day she was coming home from work, and I was outside sitting in the car smoking a blunt, and I'm playing the song. And she's like, I like that song. She was like, Joy was like, she older than me, right? Joy was like, I said, go ahead, Joy. She said, who is that? I said, that's me, Joy. I said, no, who that on the song? That's me, Joy. No, who made the song? That's me. And then I started rapping the rap. She's like, that's you? I said, yeah, Joy. I said, I made the beat, I made the track, I made the song. No, I think Daddy You made that track. One of me and Daddy You made this album, me and Unique. And it was crack. I think Daddy You made that track. It was Precious Memories, a song to my grandmother. She was like, I like that song. So that was it. So she was like, she would always talk about my music. So one day she said, come here, Rashawn. So I came in there, she in the living room. She said, my brother's coming over here. She said, I told my brother about your music. My brother's a part of Public Enemy. She from Roosevelt. I know Public Enemy, Flavor Flav, Chuck D, Public Enemy. This when they legends, but they're not at their peak. Now, this is 2006, right? Public Enemy was at their peak in the 90s. You know what I mean? Biggest stars in the world, right? Public Enemy, Spike Lee movies and everything, you know. Fight the Powers That Be and all that stuff, right? So I know her family run with Public Enemy, the S1Ws. You know, remember Professor Griff and the S1Ws? They do the military. So those are Roosevelt dudes. And I know her brother and her older brother, the God, and I know them, they with Public Enemy. So I know her little brother, he's with Public Enemy, and they was on tour in like Europe or somewhere, right? So she was like, my little brother is back off tour from Public Enemy. And I told him Chuck D got a record label, and I told them that I got the best artist they ever heard in their life. So he's coming over. So she said he's coming over and he wants to hear the song, right? So I'm like, okay. So she set it up with her brother. So now this the clip. So her brother came over, and I introduced whatever. I played him the song. He tripping because, so we'll let the video play in a second. So what I'm tying in is for everybody in the ministry, Donnie McClurkin. Now, this is when Donnie McClurkin entered into my life. I didn't remember until we did the video on our ministry about Donnie McClurkin. And the Most High said, you remember? The Most High tried to use Donnie McClurkin in 2007, I think this is 7, to get my attention to serve him, but I wouldn't listen. And fast forward 2025, I did that video about Christianity attacking Donnie McClurkin, and I forgot. And he used Public Enemy to get my attention with Donnie McClurkin. I don't got to say copyright disclaimers in effect because this is my video. All right, here we go. Watch this part. Here we go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good. Good, good, good. All right, here we go. Bang. Let me make it full screen. Oh, let me come back. Let me share screen. Present. Share screen. Bang. Share. Make it full screen. Bang. Here we go. I don't gotta say copyright disclaimers because it's my video. Lego. I beat the 15 to life. The cops got a low jack on my car, but I don't know it. Now, first thing, y'all gonna have to get used to the audio. This was a live where the spirits was attacking my computer, so I did it through my phone. It's the only live on my channels that I actually recorded through my phone. That's why I'm actually looking at the camera. It's crazy. I'm like, so I tried to make the audio where you can hear it. So it sounds kind of horrible, but y'all should be able to hear it. All right, let's go. The dude tried to set me up in Roosevelt. I passed that. The cops ran down on me at the bodega store and let me know that they're after me. Okay, so I'm telling this story. A fiend's husband tried to set me up in Roosevelt. No. The other one tried to set me up in Roosevelt. That was the girl, and I got away from that. My story on the channel with Busta Rhymes at the bodega in Roosevelt. The cops ran down on me and Christy and pulled the guns on me and everything. Y'all remember that story in the channel, right? That's let me. Now, I don't know they got a low jack on my car, okay? Now, I was supposed to leave the United States Supreme Court and leave, but instead, I went and bought crack, and I'm trying to make 20 G's. Now, I don't know when I got my car at the impound that they got a low jack on it. So the Nassau County Roosevelt police ran down on me at the bodega in Roosevelt where Busta Rhymes was at, right? And they pulled out the guns. I did the story on this channel on me and my baby Benito, and they was tripping, bro. And they was like, that should have been me leave. I'm so stupid. It's like, bro, leave. Okay, so now I'm summing that up. Now I got that all summed up. I'm gonna just let it play. The dude tried to set me up in Roosevelt. I passed that. The cops ran down on me at the bodega store and let me know that they're after me. But I don't know. I gotta, good. Oh, I ain't got no music. I'm gonna have to do that next week too. The music. Oh, we getting somewhere now. I don't know that I got, that they got a low job. Joy, who I'm renting a room from, me and Christy and Lil Benito, she got a brother in Roosevelt. Okay. I forgot his name because Joy is from Roosevelt, but she's living in Hempstead now. I forgot his name, but he runs with Public Enemy. This is 2006 or 2007, 6 into 7. And Public Enemy is not at their height, but they're big superstars. They're like, so, right? But they're not at their height, but they're big superstars. So Joy's brother from Roosevelt runs with Public Enemy because that's where Public Enemy's from. And the S1Ws, the ones that Professor Griffin, the ones that they're security. So Joy's brother and his older brother's part of security thing. I'm making the songs because Star Crimes got me to deal with the Dipset, right? So I got the Taliban South. So I was going to play that this week. I'm going to play stuff next week. I'm going to show you all the receipts. So I'm going to get to that next week. This would have been beautiful if I could have did what I needed to do tonight. So let me back up a little. I don't want that cutting my head off. So I'm making the music and I'm in Joy's room. So I got my little studio stuff. It's right over here. It's the only thing the most I saved from my past life. So I'm making the music. So Joy's hearing it when I'm playing it and in the car. And she's like, who is that? I'm like, that's me. And so she loved this song that I made for my grandmother. It's called Hey Grandma, Ain't Talked to You in a Long Time. Bling. Bling, doom, doom, doom. Daddy, you made the track. So I got a whole album of songs. So my album that I'm going to do for the Dipset by myself, Luke, Star Crimes and Luca, they're going to give me a deal by myself with Dipset. Before it was Palace Mind, but now I'm by myself since the case. So, and me and Star Crimes, he's on my album with me and I'm on his album. So I got half of the songs, Star Crimes and Luca Brasi gave me for Taliban Dipset. So half of the beats, the tracks, because I'm not making the tracks myself. I make tracks too, but I'm from the crime and I'm stressed. I ain't doing nothing. I'm smoking, right? Now, so I'm starting to write again, make these songs. So I got Dipset tracks. That's where I got the Dipset. I was going to play it tonight. I'm playing it next week. Dipset, doom, doom, doom. My point right here.
Yo, Star Crimes, that's that nigga, that ass back nigga. On 145, we's gonna crash that nigga. See that nigga, chrome 5 broads in the fastback nigga. Mom, come and get me. The D's is looking itchy, it's starting to look shifty. Police is fucking with me. DBWB, what's that, Luge? Driving my Benz while black my dude. FDR drives, leaning in my father. Me and the homies while the rollers on the side. Seeing in my eyes.
All right, this was, so what I did was I put the music in to where I'm telling the story. This was going to be my premiere. Me and Star Crimes is going to do this. This was a beat that Luca got me from Cameron and them. This is back in 2007. Dipset, dips, doom, 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 dipset. I said, now here we go. That's that nigga, that ass act nigga. And 145, I was going to crash that nigga. 145th Street in Harlem. Lucci that nigga. Chrome 5 all. 4 or 5 broads in the fastback. Fastback is my Mustang in North Carolina. I had a 1967 fastback Mustang. Y'all look that up. Look up the fastback. Look how much it costs. You heard? 4 Chrome 5, a Chrome 45, or 4 or 5 broads in a fastback. Ma, come get me. The D's is looking itchy. They're trying to look shifty. Police is messing with me. I'm telling Christy, Ma, come get me, because Christy be the one driving. Ma, come and get me. The D's is looking itchy. It's starting to look shifty. Police is effing with me. DBWB, what's that, Luge? Driving my Benz while black my dude. I said DBWB, driving my Benz while black my dude. FDR driving, leaning on the side, and FDR drive on the Harlem. Me and the homies while the rollers. FDR driving, zine in my eyes, and listen, FDR driving. Yo, I was gonna kill the game. Y'all have no idea. This 2007, guys, remember, this is when Dipset was at their peak. This is when Dipset was Dipset. Now this 2007 when they was Dipset, and I had a Dipset cam on my joint, and Luca is their muscle. Luca Brasi and Star Crown, we is going to kill him. Do you not understand? I was like, dude, shit that. And I was all in. I was so stressed when Star Crimes gave me the beats, and I'm stressed out, and I'm by myself, and I got my blunts, and I'm like, he gave me a Dipset. I'm like, here we go. What? I was like, yo, this was going to be crazy, bro.
5 broads in the fastback, nigga. Mom, come and get me. The D's is looking itchy. It's starting to look shifty. Police is fucking with me. DBWB, what's that, Luge? Driving my Benz while black my dude. FDR drive, leaning in my father. Me and the homies while the rollers on the side. Seeing in my eyes and trying to look sober. 2 fucking strikes can't get.
Hold on, I said FDR driving, leaning in my 5 in my black 500. Me and my homies while the rollers on the side. And now I'm telling the story of exactly what was happening when I was driving to go to the studio to do this song in Harlem. I said, so guys, everything that I was literally living, I would literally write it and make the song. So all my albums were actually living right then. So I said, FDR driving, leaning in my 5 in, me and the homies while the rollers on the side, while police is rolling on the side of us, because we was driving on the FDR drive, and then the blue and white police car rolled on the side of us, and my black Benz with my homies in there, and I'm like, crap, the police just pulled up on us, right? So I said, FDR driving, leaning in my 5 in, me and my homies while the rollers on the side, and zine in my eyes in, Visine in my eyes in, I got Visine in my eyes in, trying to look sober. 2 effing strikes can't get pulled over. You have no idea. Yo, guys, I'm sorry. I'm getting, it blows my mind because the realness of the songs and the life. You understand? I just beat life in prison. Like I just beat United Supreme Court. You heard? And I'm driving. I'm like FDR driving, leaning in my 5 in, me and the homies while the rollers on the side and zine in my eyes and trying to look sober. 2 effing strikes can't get pulled over. My true story. Lucci on the poster for bubbling as a hustler, blowing that toaster. This, that, ish, make a igga known coaster, coast like a trick. Taliban dip, itch, dip, set, dip, doom, dip. Yo, you have no idea. I was killing them so raw that Star Crimes was tripping because as he was telling them dudes, them Harlem dudes, and he was like, yo, he was tripping. He's like, yo, Luke, everything he's living, what he's saying, like this is all real, like just happened, like so. That was my anthem, bro. That was my joint right there. And then Star Crimes was going to rhyme next. You heard?
Oh, crap, I was going to play it tonight. I'm playing. Pulled over, true fucking story. Look, you eyes after my Benz while black my dude. FDR drive, leaning in my 5 me and the homies while the rollers on the side. Seeing in my eyes and trying to look sober. 2 fucking strikes can't get pulled over. True fucking story. Look, she on the poster. The bubbling ass hustler, blowing that toaster. This, that shit, make a nigga no coast. Coast like a tree, Taliban dick, bitch.
On the curses, guys. On the curses. I meant to take them out. I know I don't
Gotta get that money, man. Gotta get that money, man. Gotta get that money, man.
Dips, doom. I got crazy joints, hot. And so half my album, we got the beats from Dipset, Taliban Dipset, and then the other half of the album, Daddy U, Unique, produced. And it's fire. So I got a song that Unique produced about my grandmother. And so this whole album, this is another soundtrack to the story. This whole album is talking about everything that y'all learning in the story. So I said, hey, Grandma, I ain't talked to you in a long time. And since you died, no one really cared if I was fine. I ain't talked to my father in a long time. No, it was neither him or Arlene. Since the day you died, my sister. I said, still pitching like an old pro. Because my grandmother died, and I'm talking to her in the song. And I'm talking about everything that's going on. I said, I got a new baby coming, and I'm talking about Christy. And so I'm talking about everything that's going on. I was going to play it for y'all tonight.
Precious memory. Precious memory.
Yeah.
Precious memory.
This that true funk shit right here. Take it back a little. Let's go to the hood. Hey grandma, ain't talked to you in a long time. Still not signed, but after that I'm doing alright. Still driving in the Benz with my food crew. Still ducking from the men's in the blue suits. Got a new girl, now she treat me alright. When the Scorpio B, she take it all night. Got a baby on the way, we doing okay. But I got issues, so she probably gonna go astray. I'm used to it, everybody leaves me sometime. But since she died, nobody really cared if I was fine. Ain't talked to my father in a long time. Neither him or Arlene since the day you died. But as for me, still pitching like an old pro. Still mine, still listen to the old folk. I met my mama in the People's couple years back. But she kept talking about my people, so she made it whack. For real, grandma. Listen, I got 2 more brothers and a bunch of folks. And a brand new son named Benito. My sister Crystal, Robin, and a bunch of more. Some shit that probably need to be up on the Maury show. I ain't seen Lil LeBron since he's about 5. I'm gonna find him in the spring. I know this shit ain't right. I hate my father. He left and I'm bitter, yo. He know I didn't have no mama when he skidded off. Away from the projects and his firstborn. That's why Kevin getting high like a unicorn. Tough life for this Parkside Street. Luciano, precious memories.
So Joy loved that song when she heard it. She was like, "That's," but y'all gonna love it when y'all hear it. It's so fire. It is. So in that song, I was talking about everything. I was telling my grandma, because she died, how I met my mother. I met all my brothers, my cousins. I had all this family and all these things, and I ain't meet my father, and I got a brand new son named Benito. It's because I was going away for life. Like, I was writing my grandma because she dead, and my life is taken now. So this is the album I was doing when I was 15 to life, when I was going to trial. I was making the last album because I didn't think I was ever coming home. You heard? So I was trying to make a last album for my life. So that is, the song is Precious Memories. So that's the car. I was playing this in the car when I made it. So I made this in Joy's house. So I went outside and I sparked a blunt, and I was in his basement there, boom, 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 in my system in the Benz. And Joy came home from work, and she was like, she's standing in front of her. She was like, "Oh, I like that," right, Joy? You know, she was like, ding, ding. I'm like, "Go ahead, Joy." She was like, "I like that. Who is that?" I'm like, "That's me." She's like, "No, who is that?" So that was Precious Memories, and she heard that, and that's when she said, "I'm gonna call my brother and let him know, like, Precious Memories, blue." It's dope, dope, dope. So y'all gonna hear it next week. So Joy heard and she loved it, and then she heard the other ones. So then she let her brother know. So her brother came, and he came to the house, and he had already heard about me, and he knew about the Nasty Four, because anybody from old hip hop know about the Nasty Four. So anyway, Joy told him so he came to hear it. So when he heard it, when he met me, he like, "I know you. Ain't you from the Nasty Four?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm Rush Sean." He was like, "Joy, you got me here to hear some old school." Now, for those who new to the channel, I'm Rashawn from the Fabulous Nasty Four MCs, one of the most famous hip hop group at the beginning of hip hop. On the screen is a flyer. You see it says 1984. That's at the Roller Castle roller rink we performing. It says, "and starring the Nasty Four." Down here at the bottom, it says, "and Flavortron." That's Flavor Flav before he was Flavor Flav. Before y'all knew Public Enemy, this is us. We were the stars. Method Man, Busta Rhymes, Biz Markie, Prodigy from Mobb Deep. Oh, Unique here. I've been talking about you this whole show, Unique. You just missed the most. I talked about the Trap House, Unique. Don't say no names, Unique. I ain't say nobody names. Just me and you and Maths. Don't say nobody name, Unique. I was talking about when you hooked me up when I beat the trial. So that's Unique right there.
That's right there that just said Peace King was cooking. Let me put your thing on the screen. That's him. You came right on time, Unique. All right? That's who made that track, Precious Memories, right? That's him who made that beat. I remember when he played it for me, I'm like, yo! I'm like, I already knew. Once I got home, smoked the blunt, I was like, okay, my grandma. Hey, grandma. It's like, so this is the Nasty Four. That's Unique. That's me. That's that's right there. I'm young. I'm probably like 16 years old. We got the leather pants, gazelle, suede front. He got the Russian fur hat. Jazz on the other end got the sheepskin hat. This is sheepskins, leather pants, leather suede fronts, leather fronts, gazelle glasses. This the 80s, you heard? And we performing on stage. Fabulous Nasty Four MCs. All right? So Joy's, everybody, if you're from that era, especially from New York, especially from Strong Island, you heard it, and you could be from other place, New York, depending your generation, you heard it, the Nasty Four MCs. We was on the radio and everything, right? We had record deals and everything. One of the greatest rap groups to ever exist. All right? Now, y'all be learning about that more later on the channel with our songs and everything. Now, so Joy's brother, he like, I know him. That's from the Nasty Four, right? That's one of the Nasty Four. That's what people call us. Like if Flav see us or Chuck D or somebody, they're like Nasty Four. They call us, right? So he like, Joy, you got me over here for some old rapper, right? Because remember, guys, look at this flyer. This flyer says 1984, right? We was the best rap group in hip hop, right, in the 80s. Now, from later, because we baby Cocos after Cocos 4. Now, the story I'm telling is in 2006 or 7. You got me, Joy. You made me come all the way. He ain't got a car. He took the bus. I think he took a cab or something. He paid all this money. He said, "You got me over here for some old rapper." And he like, and I laughed because I'm like, oh man, I know he think I'm probably gonna be like the hip, the hop, the hibbit, the hip, hip, hop. You don't stop the rock, bang, bang. We didn't rap like that anyway. Nasty Four MCs, we was way above our time. We was the greatest rap group, one of the greatest rap groups ever. I know people like, what? Yo, you have no idea. You heard everybody came from us. All right. So anyway, y'all hear some of the routines later. All right. So now I put it up because now you got the foundation. So Joy's brother's tripping because he like, you wasting my time. I'm about to hear some old hibbity hip hop rapper. Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah. She said the video you just played talked about 1983. And look, this is exactly what we was doing there. And absolutely getting money too. And this is when these leather pants were 100. Okay, guys, let me understand. Right now, today, these pants would probably be like $500 pants. Okay, to have leather pants at 84, you got to understand. I got everything you need. You got to understand everything we got on. Whip got leather glove, leather pants. He got on the leather front. Unique got a suede front. He got the Russian, the fur hat, the mink fur hat. And I think Unique had a gray leather bomber with the fur. I think I had the black leather bomber with the fur. Jazz got the sheepskin with the sheepskin hat. All right. All right. So now that's where my name came from, Luciano. It was good. And that's on this channel, Brother Rohan, Lucky Luch. So you want to know why they call me Lucky Luch? And it was, I'll save that for the, it's a reason why I had that name. Because I was, I civilized, like I structured and ordered the hood, because during the crack era, there was a lot of shooting and killing and taking, like, it was enough money for everybody to make money. So I was like trying to tell everybody, like, yo, we don't gotta keep shooting each other. It's enough money for everybody. We could take shift, right? You come out from this time to this time, you go out from this time, you could be in this part. You got that, like, and I tried to organize people so they don't, and they was beating up crackheads and killing fiends. It was wild. The 80 crack era was crazy. They was just, and on Parkside, I kind of structured it. And one of my boys, a young boy, he was like, man, Rod, you think you Lucky Luciano? Because Lucky Luciano, guys, in the mob, in the mafia, he was the one who organized the crime. Y'all heard of Murder Inc., not the rap group. There was in the mafia, the white Italian mafia, Lucky Luciano from the 30s, I think it's from the 50s or something. And the president of the United States, they used him to help fight the war too, World War II and stuff, right? He had much power. And Lucky Luciano, he was the one who created Murder Inc. This how you understand. The way that the mafia, the Italian mafia became organized crime family, because Lucky Luciano organized. Before, it was just a bunch of warring families. They became organized crime because Lucky Luciano created the families. That's why I had the 5 families, and they would organize. That's where they got organized crime. So one of my boys back in the days, he was like, "You think you Lucky Luciano trying to because they was shooting, we was young, right?" And I'm like, "Yo, we don't got to be killing each other. We was young." And they was like, "You think you Luciano?" And it stuck. That's why I'm like, and so that's why my name was Lucci, right? Luciano. They used to call me Luch for short. And then Luch was money. So it was like a play on words. So I spelled it Loot, Lucci, get that Lucci, that money, and Luciano, because they said, so that's where the name came from. All right. And back in the 80s, a lot of rappers like Nas was Nas, Escobar, and Coleon, like we was, we identified a lot with the mafia back in the beginning of hip hop, or at least that generation, like into the early 90s. Because now I wasn't Luciano here, I was Rashawn in the 80s. I was the Prince Rashawn, right? That's Shamar Unique, that's Whip a Whip, and that's Jazz, right? Number 1 ace Jazz, Prince Whip a Whip, the guy Prince Rashawn, Shamar Unique. So in the 90s is when I got Luciano, like about like around Biggie died, 94. That's when we was all in the mobster area, and they named me Luciano because that's when so I got it maybe like 90, 92. Oh yeah, after I came home in 92, and came home from jail. All right, so let's continue. So I'm at the story. So Joy called her brother from Public Enemy. He's home. They on tour in Europe. He came home to handle something. She called him, said, "I got one of the greatest rappers," because Chuck D is starting a record label and he need artists. So she called him for me. He gets to the house, he sees me, and he immediately, "No, that's Rashawn," because I was known. Because after rapping the Nasty Four, I started becoming a street level drug dealer. So I was known from the streets. And the God Rush, I was like kind of famous in the hood. You heard? Just from rapping, the God, just getting money, I was always about it. And flashy, as you see, addressing cars and all that stuff. So anyway, so he see me, he like, "This Nasty Four, you got Joy, you waste my time bringing me here for some old rapper." Right? And I'm laughing because I know he think I'm some old rapper, right, from the 80s I'm like, "Boy, you have no idea. I'm the nicest person in the world." Like, I just, you got to have confidence. Can't nobody, especially then, ain't nobody messing with me. I mean, ain't nobody messing with me. My whole album is crack fire, right? So anyway, so that's where we at. He see me and he like, "Nasty Four? Oh, Joy, you tripping."
Like Nasty Four, we old school original hip hop crew. We original, like Method Man and Busta and all of them come from us. Bismarcky, Public, they come from us. They grew up on us, our music, right? We start legends in New York of hip hop, the beginning of hip hop, before rap records and all that, and the shows and all. We legends, right? So he like, "Dude, you got me here." He's like, "I wasted my time to come here, some old washed up legend." He didn't say it, but I know he thinking like, because don't nobody keep their skills. And this is 2006, and Nasty Four is the 80s. You know what I mean? In the early 90s. So it's like, he like, "Dude." So he like, I'm like, and I laughed. I said, "Yo, bro, I still got skills." He's like, "Oh, yeah, I don't mean no disrespect." I'm like, "Nah, bro, I got skills for real." He's like, "Oh, yeah, I know." I'm like, "Okay, you know what? Let me just let him hear." So I put the song on, and he like, "Who that?" I'm like, "That's me." He's like, No, who rapping?" I'm like, "That's me." He's like, "That's you rapping?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, damn, you still got skills. I told you, dude, I still got skills. Like, I don't fall off. I don't know what it is. I don't get whacked. I don't know. Like right now, I made a song. We got a new song right now. We just made it. It's fire. Like 2023. Not old.
So not NWA, only because back then this is beginning, but really before rap records were stretching. So, but yes, Jam Master Jay, Run DMC in them, yes, all New York. But back then, NWA, no, there was no NWA, and they wouldn't have access to us because this is before rap records. Remember? So this is at the beginning of hip hop, before, right? So not NWA, but yes, Jam Master Jay, Public Enemy, all that, Biz Markie, Wu-Tang, everybody. All right.
School fire, even not some old, like some old rapper trying to make a song. I don't know. It's a gift. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is going on with me. So anyway, I'm like, so then I played them I said, yeah, we got a deal already. I don't know, Joy. He said, yeah, I'm running with Chuck and them, and they doing this, and they overseas, and like, I need to let Chuck hear this. He said, you already know you nasty for. And I'm like, yeah. He like, yo. So and then I played him the other ones. He like, oh, he went crazy. So then when I played him the songs, he went so crazy that he said, yo, you need to come with me right now. I'm taking you to Drew house. Drew is one of the main, shout out to Drew when he gets to watch this, because we're about to blow this channel up anyway. So shout out to Drew when you watch it, if he's still alive. Drew is the one of Public Enemy. You'll see him all in the videos, all in the when the S1Ws, he's one of the head of the S1Ws in Public Enemy, their military joint. So Drew, he's like, I'm taking you to Drew house. That's in Roosevelt. Now, I'm telling you because it has relevance to the story. So he like, we going to Drew house. I remember the name Drew, and I'm like, okay. And Drew and them is official from Roosevelt, just like Professor Griff was official. Professor Griff is no joke. Yeah, he into the conscious community stuff, but Professor Griff was like a black belt in karate. He was no joke. Facts. Griff, he little too. Griff, I heard something. Facts. And his family was official too. The Griff is from Roosevelt and Freeport. So, official family. So
little Professor Griff that y'all probably heard of, for those who know Public Enemy, you might see him in the conscious community. Griff was like a 5th degree black belt. Little Griff, he's small. Y'all don't know he's small. He probably only like 5'5", 5'4". He may weigh about 140 pounds, 130. He a 5th degree black belt. Griff will kick your whole face off your head. Griff is nasty. The little head of Public, that little boy is nasty. Griff older. He's older than us. So Griff is nasty, and his whole family was official from Roosevelt and Freeport. All right. No, I have nobody named mine. All right.
So he takes me to Roosevelt. So he takes me to Drew, a house in Roosevelt. Now, I'm telling y'all guys, because I ain't supposed to be going to Roosevelt. This is when the dude tried to set me up.
So this part of the story was they all, the other dude in Roosevelt tried to set me up at that sister house. And then when I was seeing Busta Rhymes at the bodega in Roosevelt, y'all know the story on the channel. And then the police pulled out the guns on me. So all that. So I know I ain't supposed to go to Roosevelt, because that's twice. From the first time they tried to set me up, the detective cars was way down the street, and I got away from them. The second time they ran down me at the bodega when Busta Rhymes was there, and they pulled out all the guns on me and all that with me and my baby. So I know that they trying to catch me. So I'm not supposed to go to Roosevelt. And Joy's what's the name? Joy's little brother is taking me to Drew, who's Professor Griff's cousin. This all Public Enemy. They away on tour. Chuck D and them is on tour, but they got a record label. And Drew is still in the States running all of the Public Enemy promotion and all that stuff. And he takes me to Roosevelt. And I'm like, I ain't supposed to be going to Roosevelt. And now I'm in the car with Joy's boyfriend, and he's taking me to Roosevelt, the place I'm not supposed to go. Okay? And for everybody who don't know, I end up getting 25 to life from Roosevelt. Okay? That's when that's this channel, 25 to life TV. This is after my 15 to life. I took it to Supreme Court and beat it. Just for those who can fast forward. So this story, I'm supposed to stay out of Roosevelt. And now this fool is taking me to Drew House in Roosevelt. All right.
After the cops ran down on us at the bodega and pulled the guns. So I've been staying out of Roosevelt. So I was like, I am not going to Roosevelt no more. Let me see what Unique said. Unique said, yo, Drew, I was with him 3 weeks ago at the Eisenhower Park. Good, he's still alive? Drew know this story, Daddy, you, right? Drew is a good dude. Yep. So I'm glad he's still alive. Wait till Drew hear this story. Wait till Drew hear this story, guys. So I'm so I'm not supposed to go to Roosevelt, right? So I'm like, oh, this dude, he taking me to Roosevelt, right? So, but I'm riding with him. So I'm not driving. So I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to be in Roosevelt. So now we go. So Drew got a house in Roosevelt. So we go into the house. So I guess he told Drew, I'm bringing this rapper over or whatever. I guess he must have told him Nasty 4. I can hear Drew like, man, ain't nobody trying to sign no old rappers. You know, like ain't nobody, we looking for fresh rappers. Like we looking for good. And he's like, no, I can hear him like, no, Drew, this dude is a beast. He's ripping. So I guess they already got people that signed to their label. This is Chuck D has got a record label back then. So I guess and he's like, he is better than everybody. He started naming the people they got signed, and I guess Drew was like, what? Nah. So he said, bring them through then. Let me see for myself. So listen, Daddy, you. So he bring me through. So when we get to Drew House, it was a big light blue house. For those from Roosevelt who know what I'm talking about. That's how you know I'm telling receipts. It was big and it was light blue. And we get there. So Drew, he comes out and he like, yo, I remember you. I'm like, oh, I remember you. I didn't really know his name, but I knew him from Public Enemy, being all on, you know, because we used to be with Public Enemy back at the beginning of hip hop. Public Enemy got start from us. Hank and we was the first rappers for Hank Shockley and the Bomb Squad and us. Before Leaders of New School and Busta Rhymes, all our Nasty 4 MCs. First, all right? Y'all gonna learn. When I go back in hip hop, y'all gonna know who the Nasty 4 is. And the documentary when I release it. All right. So anyway, the movie. We got a movie about our life. Y'all gonna know who the Nasty 4 is. And y'all hear some of the routines. And everybody wanna party with the Nasty 4. We know this is beginning of hip hop. It's up that we'll jack your track into the world. We're going to show. It's all 4 of us rhyming as one.
It's called Give Me That Beat, Fool. It's a full-time jock move. Now everybody wanna party with a Nasty 4. We know this. It's up that jack that will jack your track into the world. We're going to show this. In the street is how to jack a rapper's track. And then you can't think about it no more. We don't care if it's 5 or 4 MC. You can't F with the Nasty 4. Now we are strictly on the hip-hop groove and nobody better not touch me. Whether you do or you don't, take it personal. We don't really give a FC. We've been spreading rap fears for so many years that you can't think about it no more. You want it, you can't F with the Nasty 4. Now give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. He's up, Nasty 4, don't hurt him. Give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. He's up, Nasty 4, don't hurt him. Give me that beat, fool, cause it's a full-time job. He's up, Nasty 4, don't hurt him. And then it led into the story of the fabulous Nasty 4 MCs, which was my crew. Yeah, them guys. Well, I'm from the Nasty 4. That's all we did was shows. We the greatest show performers since Cold Quest 4. We are the best, all right? See this picture right here? This is Nasty 4. That's us on stage. That's me. This is way back, beginning of hip hop. This is before all that, before Biz, before everybody. This is before your rapper. This is people coming to see us. Thousands of people on stage coming to see us all the time. This is why we're legends in New York. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to introduce to you tonight a group all the way from New York City, the Nasty 4 MCs. We call them the fabulous Nasty 4 MCs, ladies and gentlemen. They come to bring you a new song tonight. It's called Attention ladies, listen up ladies. Attention ladies, the public, our fans. I drive a Benz, Mercedes, sedans, four-finger rings and shuttle by Suzuki. Upon our next reflects Italian truck dookies. But wait, a pause for attention. A situation definitely for the mention. When we start rhyming, the music it ought to correspond to our mention of this falter. I mean, the creativity, hip hop was. That was 1985. We had Why You Treat Us So Bad before the I Got Five on it. That's why later when these records start to come out, we had these routines back then before rap when we was on cassette tapes and stuff. So all of our music was cassette tapes. We were so before our age. So when they came out with a five on it and all these other songs, we like, bro, they got all our songs. But that's me and Unique wrote these back in the early 80s. That was us. All four of us rhyming like one, taking parts on the mic. Yeah, we was no joke. The Nasty Four. Isn't there, dude? We just coming from the hip, the hop, the hippie, the hip. We coming from those days. We was bringing creativity. Like we was so way advanced. People used to say that. Oh, we was beast mode. With anything and everything that moved. The nasty parts, because we was the nastiest niggas on the mic. It wasn't about women. It was nasty. And we was... Nobody messes with the Nasty Four. Everybody. Wait till y'all hear. And from the documentary, y'all learn who they were. All right. So anyway, so we are like famous in the hood, in the streets. Facts. So Drew see me like nasty because people still do it to Unique now. They see it. Nasty Four. They like with flavor for anybody see us nasty. We Nasty Four to people. They just that's like a name for any of us they see. Nasty Four. Right. So anyway, so he like, I'm like, yo, I know you. He's like, yeah. So he like, you still rapping? I'm like, yeah, I mean, and I could see him like, he's saying it's all that. I'm like, so he like, you know what I mean? Like, yo, spit something. I'm like, I ain't into all that. Meaning I'm not about to, I'm not no show dog. I'm not about to be sitting up here trying to rap to you out in the street. I'm like, yo, here, put this on. If you don't like that, then I'm out of here. You know what I mean? I got a deal anyway. I told the other dude, I'm like, I got a deal with Dipset. So I told you, I said, I'm just doing it for him because he going crazy. He said, Chuck got a label. I'm like, I already got a deal. I don't need y'all to, like, I don't need a deal with Chuck. And no disrespect, but I don't really like Chuck. I'm just being honest because Chuck kind of fronted on, well, you know, 25 to Life Testimony TV. We're going to give a raw uncut with no chaser. I ain't really like how Chuck moved. I like Hank, my man, and Shockley. I ain't like how Chuck moved. Chuck could have put everybody on and he fronted. And he the only one, and you got everybody here. So you know how much artists and talent we got? So I told Drew, I'm like, yo, here, I got the CD, go put it on, like, you know. So we go in the house. So when we go in the house, we go in the basement. So we go downstairs and it turns into Public Enemy world. Like the house was a regular house. We go down the steps into the basement and it just turns into a concert. First of all, it was huge. And it was like posters and awards and just, it was like I was in a Public Enemy museum and it was this big track board, like a 48 track or 100 track, like a big studio, like you in a real big $1 million studio. Equipment on, I'm like, what in the world? It was just like a museum, a Public Enemy museum. I'm like, yo, what? And then they got stuff stacked and shirts and merchandise. And I'm like, what? He said, oh, this is the headquarters. He said, Chuck and Flavor, they on tour in Europe right now. He said, every time they come back, they come here. So all the merch, all the flyers, all the posters, everything happened. I'm like, dude. I'm like, yo, look could I have one? He gave me T-shirts and I'm like, it was like Public Enemy world. That was pretty dope. I was really impressed. I was really impressed. Yeah, it was really dope. You know how you like a little kid? It was so much Public Enemy world. I'm just like, this is insane. Because I thought we was just gonna go down to his basement, but it was big. It was a big house and a big basement. It was a full studio with everything, boxes of shirts and posters and just, I'm like, I was like, I was amazed. It was really dope. I was really nice.
I was like, wow, this is dope, dude. Big studio. So he was like, yeah, you know, we making hits down here. So he started playing some stuff because he still think I'm probably whack, right? He think I'm whack. So he put on some music. So he put on.
Because he remember me from an old Nasty 4, like the one who brought me there. So the one who brought me there is like, no, Drew, he nice. He wanted me to spit, but I'm like, I'm not about to spit. I'm not a show dog. I'm going to play my tape, and if you like it, play my CD. If you like it, you like it. If not, I'm out of here, right? And I ain't trying to press y'all anyway, and I got a deal. It don't matter, right? So I could tell he still think I'm whack. So he want to play me his crew.
A song with some dude. It was all right. The track was all right. It was all right. I was like, all right, that's all right. Then he put on another one. Like, all right, it ain't bad. So he like, yeah, man. So, you know, we messing with official artists. And he still give, Unique, he giving me the old school rundown like I'm an old washed up rapper, right? So I'm like, bro, this bro is tripping. I'm used to it though. Cause I'm like, okay. Until they put my music on, I'm like, okay, all right, we'll see once you press play. We'll see all that stuff you talking. Because my stuff, what you just played me, them dudes came, like, I'm official, like official tissue. My stuff is no joke. Y'all heard Palace Mall, right?
I think you two really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs in your knee highs.
I think you two really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie. You do really wanna ride with the mob in a 745, getting high to the mob.
I think me and you can trap or die. I think we can get this money, stack it high. I think your name is Bunny, your mine is Clyde. I think the year that we met was 95. Summertime at a cookout, you changed my life. I think I won't thinking right. I was lost in the world of pretty girls screaming my name. Tattoos on their chest to say the P-Mob gang. So you wanna ride with a gangster? They don't come no realer than your boy E-Banger. So what's up, ma? It's up to you. And I think you gon' choose the right thing to do.
I think you two really wanna hop in the G-Ride and your pretty little thongs in your knee highs.
You two really wanna ride with a gangster, spend the night in the palace with E-Bang.
You do really wanna ride with the Lucci and take this 2-5, let it hide like a coochie. You do really wanna ride with the mob in a 745, getting high to the mob.
So think about it. I'm like, bro, you tripping. Like, I'm the greatest rapper in the world. You bugging right now. Thanks. I'm saying it, and I'm thanks. I'm like, dude, I'm the greatest. I'll rip anybody you put in front of me, literally. And I was at my peak. So it wasn't like a...
Y'all like the way I slid Palace Bob in there? For the new people, they don't know, guys. They don't know. So I kind of put in work on this one. I'm like, they don't know. I got generations of this music. I'm like, bro, I could play y'all. We got albums. I got 10 albums of music of stuff that's just crazy. I just slipped in some P-Mob gang facts. I'm like, this bro tripping. He think he trying to play me some dudes, and I'm sitting there like I'm being humble, right? I'm like, okay, and I know he think I'm like a washed up rapper, right? I'm some hippity or something. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, your stuff was hot. You know, the joints he played me, the dudes was hot and all that. But they can't mess with me. I'm like, you can't mess with P-Mob. You tripping, bro. You have no idea. Like, yo, bro, you tripping right now. Like, for real. Right? I'm just dolo. This after the P-Mob, right? Because after I got locked up and everything. I'm free. I just beat the life bid and everything. I'm like, you tripping, bro. Shout out to P-Mob. Y'all know what it is, right?
Time where I wasn't rapping. So I was still going from the Palace Mall. No, I'm in rap mode. Like, I'm at my peak. Like, I'm rip anything. Ain't nobody better than me, literally. Like, that's why I look at you either as good as me or we going head, right? So I'm like, that stuff you played me is whack. It was all right, but I'm like, I wouldn't even. So, but the tracks was hot. That's what I saw. I'm like, that track is fire. So I'm like, who made that track? He like, me. I'm like, Drew, you made it? I'm like, all right, play me. I'm like, who made that? He like, me. I'm like, all right. Yeah, daddy, you. I'm like, all right, Drew got some, all right. I might can mess with one of these tracks. So then now I got time, so all right, let me hear. So I gave him the CD. He pressed play. And I think, Unique, you're one. You created a monster. Your track, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. you, Creed, and I said, I'm like Superman, ho, known for jumping tenements, known for getting dough without the pole catching wind of it. 2 fly broads in the Porsche looking innocent. Chrome calico with the scope on the end of it. 4 or 5 long plus the handle like Randall. That's Randall Cunningham, the football player. Back then, he was the #1 quarterback. So I said, I got the 45 long plus my handle is like Randall. So it's a double entendre. Plus the handle is long like Randall Cunningham. Plus it's official and like the handle like Randall Cunningham handles a football. So I'm dropping double, triple entendres. I'm like, and Unique got the track, you created a monster. You gonna better that. I was gonna play it tonight. See, that's what I'm saying. I had so much set up tonight. That's why the adversaries just destroyed our one.
I tried to find it for us tonight. I couldn't find it. I got it. It's on one of these CDs. You see all these CDs I got up here? I was trying to find Monster for y'all. I was going to play it tonight, too. I still couldn't find it. It's on one of these CDs. You created a monster. Yo, Unique gave me a crazy song beat. I'm like Superman, ho. Known for jumping tenements, known for getting dough without the pole catching wind of it. 2 fly broads in the Porsche looking innocent. Chrome calico with the scope on the end of it. 4 or 5 long plus the handle like Randall. The hood created a monster. You created a scandal. Oh my God, is he raw? Is he sample? It's Luch raw. yo, I was like, yo, I was so in beast mode. That's why I said if he might have been kicking it to me at another time when I was chilling and hustling, but I just came out of Palace Mall. I was in beast mode as a rapper. I'm like, bro, I would rip anything. Like it's nothing. Like you tripping. I was at my apex at that time.
But I'm gonna still do this next week. I'll be able to let y'all hear. And once I get my new computer and get it all set up, but I had one for us. This would have been one of the best ones tonight because I was going to debut a lot of music. But Unique gave me that track. You created a monster. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. And I was like, ooh, I got that pin. I said, I'm like Superman, ho. Known for jumping tenements, known for getting dough without the pole catching on the end of it. 4 or 5 long plus the handle like Randall. The hood created a monster. You created a scandal. Oh my God, is he raw? Is he sample? It's Luch raw. Ask your old whore. I told you not to trust her when I first saw that sore. Ask your old whore. It's me. Luch is raw. I told you not to trust that whore when I first saw that sore on her mouth. She got herpes. She got AIDS. Yo, Unique. This fool thought I was washed up. Yo, Unique. He ain't know, Daddy, you. They thought, don't get washed up. I don't know what it is. I'm a miracle like my baby. Ain't no washed up. And everybody know we just did the song Back to the Garden, right? I'm going back to the garden where it all began. I'm still with dark holes trying to stop me. But what? I just dropped a crazy bar in the Back to the Garden when I said the thorns and the thistles, just in a song dropping bombs like the Psalms and epistles. Like I'm dropping what? The flow, everything. You crazy. I rip everybody a new one. Facts. And that's to everybody who hearing it. Even if you used to be down. Sorry. You got not my I ain't talking my boy Yasha. Now I got a partner. Yasha, my brother. But I'm talking about Unique. I'm ripping everything that moves. Sorry. Even if you used to be better than me at one time, not no more. Step your game up. Facts. Don't fall off. I'm 99,000 years old and I still is dropping. I don't know what it is. It's some oxymoron. It don't make no sense. So Daddy, the monster came on, and he was like, first of all, his head is like this, right? And then he like here and then he like, yo, who that? He did the same thing the other dude did. Who that? So the boy said, that's him. He like, that's you, bro? I'm like, yeah, dude, I tried to tell you. Like, nah, that's you? I'm like, yeah, that's me. He like, yo. And I'm like, I said, let it play, right? I'm like, let it play. That ain't nothing. Yo, you know that album was crazy. Right? Then the other one came on. It's just song after song. It's like, he was like, yo, Unique. He immediately got on the phone. I gotta call Chuck. I gotta call Chuck. He started losing his mind. He's like, oh, Chuck. He's trying to call Europe. He can't get through. He just, yo, he calling other people. Call Chuck. Whenever he come in the hotel, let him know. Yo, Rashawn from the Nasty Four. Yo, he's like, yo, matter of fact, don't tell him he's from the Nasty Four because he's going to think it's whack. Yo, it's the best out of all the stuff.
Yo, he thought about it. He said, no, matter of fact, don't tell him he's from the Nasty Four because he's going to think it's some old rap, right? From the 80s or something. He's like, he tripping. He's tripping. You know, it's like tripping. He just got on the phone. He trying to call Europe. He called in. Tell him he's from the No, don't tell him he's from the Nasty Four. And I'm just sitting there looking at him, and he's going crazy because he playing the other joints was playing, and he losing it.
I'll put him first, but we got to hurry up because he got to deal with Dipset. Now, listen clearly.
He said, we got to tell Chuck we need to hurry up and sign him. We're going to put him first before all the other people we got to sign. But we got to tell Chuck he got to hurry up because he already got to deal with Dipset, right? So he's tripping right now.
God, like, we got to hurry up. He got to deal with Dipset. We need Chuck to get him to stop before they sign the deal. We need him. We need him. Tell Chuck we got it. We got it. We got it, right? So he going crazy, Unique. You going crazy. So I'm like, all right, that's what's up, because it's so hot, right? It's hot. And remember the song, Unique, we had Still Mary. We made a rock and roll song because we were making stuff, but hey, we got song Still Mary, don't you blow, blah, 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 everything I seen. So Unique made a rock and roll track with a rock band singer, but when it break down, the hook goes Still Mary with it, but it go bing, and so I made the rap. And I made it Still Mary. I said, Still Mary is a gun. She's made out of steel. So in the song, I start describing Still Mary is a gun. So me and her are going on adventures. So she do this. And when I cock her back and when I diss and it's crazy. But the hook, it's a rocket. So we killing them. We got all bases covered. So he's hearing the album and it's complete, guys. I was going to let y'all hear some pieces of it tonight. That's why I said tonight would have been a doozy. So I'm like, you think he hearing Still Married? Then he hearing My Hell Grandma? Then he hearing the one about me and Dow just went into jail. But me and Little E is going to ATL. Math in the back. Then I got the other one, Bobble Wobble, and I got the one that I made for the strip club. Zoom, watch the swerve, come on. Watch the zoom, watch the swerve, come on. And I'm telling them I got dances to go to the songs. Oh, we complete, my dude. You tripping. Daddy, they don't know. They don't know. Something wrong. They don't know. When I went to the house, Daddy, you heard them tracks. I'm like, yo, I'm about to murder these, Daddy, you. And I murdered them. All right? So, Daddy, you don't even know these. So you don't even know none of this. You learning something right now. So so Drew going crazy. So now he telling everybody, get Chuck. When Chuck come back to the hotel, tell him this and all that. So he like, don't sign the deal with Dipset. Please, don't sign it. You got to sit down with Chuck and them first. We need you. We need this. We need this. So I'm like, all right. He's cool. I'm like, well, y'all home team anyway, whatever. Y'all strong out. And so let's, if Chuck is willing to act right, then we'll see what's up, right? So then he start playing me tracks. Now, that's how you know when someone likes you, because before that, they'll play you songs that they did with someone else. But once you got them, they start pulling out their tracks for you to run. He start pulling out all type of tracks. They were hot too. He pulled out this one where he had the bed squeaking like, and someone did that. Now, I think it was Wale. Someone made a bed squeak song where it go, but this was back then, 2006. He put it was hot. The beat was like, and I was like, that's a bed squeak. I was like, yo, that's fire. He's like, you can have that. You want that? I'm like, yeah. So he started, he started finding tracks for my album that I'm going to do for this new label I'm going to sign with Public Enemy. So now I got 2 deals. Now listen clearly. The reason why I'm telling this story, guys, because this is key. Listen to this, Unique. So we finished, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm ready, I'm ready to go. So I tell, because Drew is open. He playing me all these beats and he open. He want me to stay till we get Chuck on the phone. I'm like, listen, I gotta go. I know y'all excited, but this is what it is. I'm dope. I'm sorry. I ain't being braggadocious or nothing. This just hot. Like I'm very hard on myself. I like really hot music. If it ain't really hot, I'm not trying to listen to it. It gotta be fire. It gotta make me like I gotta be. So if my music don't do that to me, then it's whack. I don't care if I made it. It's whack. So that's why all my music is hot, because it gotta make me be like. Otherwise, I'm not doing it, right? So I know how hot it is because I like it. Like they like it. It's fire, right? So I'm like, so I know how they're getting all extra crazy. So I'm like, all right, I'm used to it. So I'm like, no, I need to go. So I'm like, whenever Chuck get back or whatever, just hit me up. He's like, I'm gonna go. Now, the reason why I need to go is because my phone is blowing up. I got people want drugs, and I'm in Roosevelt. Now, remember, I'm selling drugs again after my 15 of life when I should be giving the Most High his time. Don't forget that. Remember, when I left the Supreme Court, I was supposed to give my life over to the Most High. And instead, I'm selling crack and I'm trying to get 20,000, and I got a record deal with Dipset. And I'm going back and forth to Harlem with Luca Brasi and all this stuff. And I'm doing all this stuff. And now I'm in Roosevelt where I ain't supposed to go. And they blowing me up because my customers want, and I'm supposed to be serving the Most High. Remember that. Get them. So Joy brother is just open. He's like, good, I got him. I knew you was gonna love him. I'm gonna come get him. I'm gonna bring him whenever he need to come. I'm gonna bring him. So he don't, you know what I mean? I'm like, all right, cool. Joy brother, he's like, yo, I'm gonna come get you out whenever. So he's like, I got his map. Drew, like, give me your number. So Drew gave me, I gave him my number. Now listen, guys, this is why it's key to the story. So then I'm about ready to pack up and leave. And Drew stops me. And he says, listen to this, Unique. He stops me. He says, come here. So I come back. And he says, I don't know. He said, I know you God body, but I don't, listen, guys. He said, I don't know if you believe in God. Listen to this, Unique. He said, I know you God body, but I don't know if you believe in God. And I'm like, huh? Now, he doesn't know I just beat the 15 of life. And God actually introduced himself to me in 2000 when I wanted to take my life. And now I'm supposed to be serving God, but I'm not remembering. Remember, he's going to free you. And when he free you, he's going to want him to give him your time. Christy grandmother. And Christy repeated it. Drew has no way to know none of this. I haven't seen Drew in whatever years. Since they was Public Enemy was popping. They was 1990s, 89, 90, since I seen Drew. It's 2006 at 7, I think, at this point. So this man has no way to be coming at me with some God stuff. Okay? That's why this has relevance. Now, I was leaving. He stopped me and asked me to come back. And I walked back down. And he says, I know you God body, but I don't know if you know God. And I'm like, okay. I said, yeah, I actually do know God. I said, yeah, I'm God body, but I had an encounter with God in 2000. I said, I got a song about it where I was going to take my life. So I do know who he is. Now, guys, I'm still not thinking I'm supposed to be serving him now. Foolio. I'm a foolio, dude. Like, again, Mashiach Assembly, I know y'all like, Unc, I'm going to smack you right upside your head. When are you going to serve the Most High? Man, it's funny because how much I serve him now, right? It's like, when are you going to stop, Unc, right? That wasn't Unc, right? So anyway, well, I'm going to show y'all. All right, let me not say it. Let me just tell this story. So he says, I says, I do know God. I said, I was going to take my life in 1999. That's what, 1999. But I gave him ultimatum, so I know who he is. And he said, well, He said, well, I stopped you because he said, you need to be careful. And I'm like, he says, I haven't seen you since we was young. When you turned to leave, God told me to tell you that you need to be careful. Right? So I'm like, okay, be careful. He said, no, listen, whatever you're doing, you need to stop. So I said, I'm not doing nothing. He said, no, I'm not trying to get in your business. I'm not trying to judge. But God told me you're doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. Listen, guys, Drew, you need Drew from Public Enemy. He said, God told me you ain't doing something you're supposed to be doing. You're doing something you're not supposed to be doing. So I'm like, now the funny thing, when he said that, the first thing I thought of was, I'm in Roosevelt and I'm not supposed to be in Roosevelt because they're trying to set me up.
Mm-hmm. The police.
He don't know I got a whole bunch of drugs in my car, but it's back at Joy House. The only reason why it ain't outside with all the drugs because the dude brought me here, right? So that played through my head. I was like, in my head, I was like, if you only knew. Now, again, looking back, I'm like, I am such a fool. Because I was thinking as he's telling me, now he's sitting in there with all this Public Enemy. I'm in like a museum of Public Enemy stuff. And they're talking about signing me to record label. So I'm like, in my head, when he's saying that, I'm like, if you only knew, I got a car full of drugs right now, and it would have been outside in Roosevelt. So in my head, I was like, you're actually right. Because if I would have came, my car would have been outside, and it would have had mad drugs in it, and he has no idea. He didn't even see my car. He don't even know I got a brand new Benz. He'd have seen the car, he'd probably be like, what you doing? Like, how you got that car? That's like a $70,000, $60-something thousand car, right? So he don't know. I'm driving with him, right? So, and I look okay, but I'm not, I ain't wearing all crazy, you know what I mean? Because I was toned down after I came from, actually, we had to I pawned a lot of my jewelry. That's part of the story. So I didn't get there. So I only got like a little chain. So I pawned a bunch of rings, watches, bracelets, chains, because we was bad before. And I pawned that to get the money because I forgot that part. We got down really low. And I pawned that to get money to re-up, to help with the re-up. I needed more to put it with it to get the first package. And I was going to go back and get it from the pawn shop in Queens, the Sufton Road, what's the name? In the back of Jamaica, Queens, where all the pawn shops at. Right? So I had pawned all my jewelry, and I felt bad. I felt bad about that. When I came out there, Christy looking at me like, all my jewelry is, I was down low, right? I couldn't get no money out of my stuff, my assets. So I didn't have on a lot. So I didn't.
They have froze all my assets.
Look like my normal self. So anyway, so Drew said, God is telling me that you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing, right? So I'm like, in my head, I'm thinking, I'm hustling, like I'm getting this money, right? So then he says, bro, you have to stop. So I'm like, dude, first of all, I'm like, now you're doing too much. You're doing creep mode stuff, right? So I'm like, dude, he like, you have to stop, right? So I'm like, whatever. It's like getting creepy. I'm ready to leave. So he's like, no, listen to me, man. He said, whether we sign you to a record deal or not, whether you do your record deal with Dipset or not, God has a purpose for you. He said, this happens to me sometimes, but not a lot. He said, the calling that's over your life is so powerful that he told me to stop you and bring you back. So you need to stop whatever you're doing because God is calling you to fulfill your purpose now. And I'm like, I'm looking at Drew, Unique, and I'm like, dude, you tripping. I'm like, you on some, since when you found Jesus Christ, right? I'm just being real, guys. I'm like, dude, when you turned into a big Christian religious dude, I thought you was because Drew is official on Public Enemy, his family and all that. They fighters and, Drew is this ain't no punk stuff. Drew is not a punk, right? So I'm like, where'd you get that? Where you into God, Jesus Christ, dude? Now you into Jesus Christ, dude, right? So I'm like, so he's like, no, I'm telling you, no matter music or not, God is calling you. Now listen what he said, guys. He said, he's calling you because it's time for you to do your purpose. He said, and you're going to do it no matter what. He said, you're either going to do it the hard way or you're going to do it the easy way, but you're going to do it. And I'm like, all right. So I'm like, well, all right, I hear you. Right? Literally, I'm like, okay, creepy, religious, Public Enemy, Drew, used to be thug, Drew, dude. I swear, I'm like, all right, creepy, religious Jesus, used to be official for Roosevelt Street, thug, Drew, dude. Now you're a whole pastor. I don't know what this is, right? I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I gotta go because I got my girl waiting for me, and I got some sales. They blowing me up. They literally blowing me up.
Hold on. I gotta laugh at that because that is literally how I felt. I'm like, okay, creepy Public Enemy. Drew used to be a thug, used to be karate, could fight, used to be thug for Roosevelt. Now you Jesus, sold out, what the creepy rapping dude. I gotta go. Got my phone blowing up, the bag waiting for me. You creeping me out with some religious stuff. Yo, this is crazy. Playing it back now is so crazy because of who I am now. It's just crazy work. Yeah, now Hakiyama, now you get it. I keep telling you, y'all did not want to smack me down that hard. He took half my money. Yeah, half money. He took half everything. He did not do me that dirty, but I would not listen. And he said all type of signs and wonders, bro. You can't make this up. He might as well just parted the Red Sea and say, and I'm like, Drew creeping me out now. It used to be creepy religious Jesus. I'm like, okay, creepy religious Public Enemy. Drew used to be thug. Drew, dude. I swear, I'm like, all right, creepy religious Jesus used to be official for Roosevelt Street, thug, Drew, dude. Now you're a whole pastor. I don't know what this is, right? I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I gotta go because I got my girl waiting for me, and I got some sales. They blowing me up. They literally blowing me up while he's talking, right? He's talking to this, but I'm like, I got a purpose, all right? It's to go serve these customers. I got this money that's calling me right now as you talking to me, right? And I'm in. The devil is a lie. I swear to God. Yo, this hits so different now, right, guys? For anybody who new to this channel, if you really knew who I am, Uncle Yashua, Mashiach Assembly Ministry. Hakiyama, could you put our ministry channel in this chat so that somebody later or new might see this and be like, let me see. This hits so different, right, Maya? For anybody who knew, it's like, my goodness. I'm like, yo, I got to go. Yeah, excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. I got to go right now. They blow. I said, I got a purpose, all right. I got a purpose to go sell this doggone crack. They blowing me up. I got this money to make. Oh, my goodness. Y'all are correct. If Drew could see me now, maybe one day, guys, in the assembly, we could try to find him. And I, honestly, Unique, if you could find him, I wish somebody could find him and send him the check. I would love to talk to Drew and be like, bro, you have no idea. All right, let's continue. This used to be official for Roosevelt Street, thug, Drew, dude. Now you're a whole pastor. I don't know what this is, right? I'm like, I don't know what this is, but I gotta go because
my girl waiting for me, and I got some sales. They blowing me up. They literally blowing me up while he's talking. Right? He's talking to this about, I'm like, I got a purpose, all right. It's to go serve these customers. I got this money that's calling me right now as you talking to me, right? And I'm in Roosevelt, and I ain't supposed to be in Roosevelt. So my foolish butt, I'm looking at him like, yeah, the problem is I ain't supposed to be in Roosevelt, and I'm here, and you talking some religious Jesus Christ stuff to me, and I'm out of here, right? So then he said, I'm like, all right, I hear you. That's what's up. So he said, hold up. He grabbed my arm because I was about to leave. He said, hold up. He said, I got something for you. So I'm like, oh, come on, religious Drew, dude. Come on, Drew. You used to be thug. Used to be street, right? So he said, just hold on. So he goes over to his couch. Listen, Unique. He goes over to this couch, and because there's everything is going on. They got a lot of stuff. So it's a bunch of CDs. So I'm thinking he's going to give me music. Right? I'm like, I ain't about to listen to no Public Enemy music, not since, the old music. There's old stuff with, yes, the rhythm, the rebel, without laws alone, and don't believe the hype. Yeah, ding, 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 yeah. Now, don't believe the hype. And it was a brother of the day from the government. He said I was suckers. It was the other one with the jail. Now, that album, oh, yeah, I love it, that Public Enemy, but not this other new stuff. I ain't trying to hear no Public Enemy. You ain't about to give me no Public Enemy thing and put in my car. You tripping. Do you hear how I rap? Like, they old school. See, as I said, I never turn old school. I'm official, right? I never get old. My music hot, current. Like right now, my music right now is 2023 hot. You heard? So anyway, so I'm like, this dude about to give me a bunch of Public Enemy. I'm like, I'm about to chuck those right out the window. Sorry, no disrespect, but that's a whole fact. I'm like, I'm about to chuck those right out the window. So guys, he comes back. He got like 10 CDs stacked or 20 in this hand, 10, 20 CDs stacked in this hand. I'm like, dang, dude, what is that? So he said, do this for me. He said, please listen to these CDs. I'm like, all right, Drew, you really creeping me out, my dude. Like, I'm sure enough not about to take no record deal with religious records. Y'all think I'm tripping? Unc is crazy. Well, I wasn't Unc. Rashad is crazy. I was Luch. I was Luch. Luch is crazy. I was Luciano there. I'm like, Luch is crazy. I'm like, I'm sure enough not about to take a record deal with religious records. You tripping right now. I ain't no Public Enemy was good. I knew it was religious records, right? I'm going to sign with Dipset. You know? Luca give me a dip.
I'm about to sign with Dipset. Yo. If I wasn't going to sign with Dipset before, I'm sure enough signing with this. I'm not going to sign with religious records. You tripping. He is really tripping me out. I'm like, Luca giving me Dipset. You over here talking about some Jesus Christ. You done lost your mind. Oh my goodness, this is a trip. I swear. I'm going to sign with Dipset there. I'm like, Lucha's crazy. I'm like, to these CDs. I'm like, all right, Drew, you really creeping me out, my dude. Like, I'm sure enough not about to take no record deal with religious records. Y'all think I'm tripping? Unc is crazy. Well, I wasn't Unc. Rashad is crazy. I was Luch. I was Luch. Luch is crazy. I was Luciano there. I'm like, Luch is crazy. I'm like, I'm sure enough not about to take a record deal with religious records. You tripping right now. I ain't no Public Enemy was good. I knew it was religious records, right? I'm going to sign with Dipset. You heard? Luca give me a Dipset, dum. Rolling down. What's rolling on the east side. He's rolling on the west. He's rolling, he's smoking on that peace pie. While poking out our chest. We're rolling, boom, boom, boom. Wait till y'all hear rolling. Luciano Dipset 2007. I'm like, you tripping, religious records. It's Dipset.
Rolling on the east side. Rolling on the west. talking on the peace line. Smoking out of chill. We rolling on the east side. We rolling on the way. We know what duck and hold down. We on the chill. We rolling. We rolling, eyes closing. We rolling. Avoiding, following.
We rolling. We roll while you're holding. In case that you're rolling, I hope can't holding.
Police on the creek, 145th Street. They know I keeps the heat, so them bastards wanna frisk. One block cop overzealous, cause my whip's jealous. Or the trick on his period like a pig. You know I'm dipset, and he drew me cause my rims. He know my whip set North Cat, but I'm from here. He know I'm interstate, and he know I'm entry living. He know I get spread, he don't know how I'm getting. Now I'm with 5 of my goonies and we rolling down the east side. Horse in the back, big laugh, the guy unique and sign. Smoking on that black and they holding on they peace tide. Real lunatics for control like they weird signs. Shaking the back, star with the blonde out. Cake in the lap, going hard since the sun out. No free license, cause the judge made me run out. Last off his strike, then right gonna pull a gun out. We throw it on the east side, rolling on the west. We talking on the peace line, we working out our chest. We rolling on the east side, we rolling on the west.
I was gonna play this tonight, guys. I got some joints. What? Now I'm with 5 of my goonies and we're rolling down the east side, knife in the back, Big Hunt, the guy unique, and I don't want to say his other name. Yo, I was going in, telling true stories about them pulling me over in Harlem. I was gonna tell that story tonight and play the song, but I'm gonna save it. About them pulling me over in Harlem, going to see Dipset and all that stuff, right? When I was on trial. All right, so anyway, so I'm like, I ain't about to sign with Religious Records, RCR. They tripping. Well, let me see what she said.
She said, y'all remember Asiyah? May the Most High cover and bless Asiyah all in this world out there in California. We miss the sister, Asiyah. Wow.
This is hilarious. Yeah, I'm glad I remembered this part of the story. I'm so glad I remembered this part of the story. And it's important, key relevance, right? So I'm like, I am not about to sign with Religious Records. They tripping right now. I'm signing with Dipset, boom, boom, boom. And Star Crimes got the most gangster rhymes. Star Crimes is crazy. His rhymes is all like, he remind me of E-Bang a little bit, but he different. But his rhymes is all, we gutter. I got gutter rap. Good gutter rap. I got that good gutter rap. You want me to be later Joshua Starr with a Christian album? You bugging. I ain't about to sign Religious Records. I'm out of here, right? So I'm like, I'm definitely not coming back here. So I'm gonna tell Joy, boy, but I'm not coming back here, right? So he got 2 handfuls this high of CDs. Talking about, listen to this. I'm like, how many Public Enemy albums you give me? I'm about to chuck all that. That's all going out the window. So then he says,
that is so me. I swear I laugh because the old me is like in my head. I'm the type guys, I always think things in my head. So I'm like, I'm about to chuck me. I'm about to throw these all out the window. So this is what we do in New York. We litter, right? Because we pay for street cleaners to clean up the streets, right? That's we call it keep people jobs, right? Because if you don't nobody litter, then we won't have no street cleaners. When people lose jobs, so we throw everything out the window. So I'm like this in my head. I'm like, this fool that gave me 10 stacks of Public Enemy. I'm about to, as soon as I pull off, I'll get my chuck all those go out the window. You just throw them out the window. That's all. Like, I'm chucking all these facts. They going in the wind, right? He tripping, right? I said I'm signing with Dipset. Do.
Yeah, right. So I'm like, I'm definitely not coming back here. So I'm gonna tell Joy, boy, but I'm not coming back here, right? So he got 2 handfuls this high of CDs. Talking about, listen to this.
I'm like, how many Public Enemy albums you give me? I'm about to chuck all that. That's all going out the window. So then he says, I need you to promise me that you're going to listen to these CDs. So I'm like, okay, dude. All right, let me just agree with him so I can get out of here, right? So I'm like, okay, I got you. So he like, look, this is, he holds up the CD. He says, this is Donnie McClurkin.
But I was young when I was molested. I was 8 when I was raped. I was 8 years old the day of my brother's funeral, 2 years old, when my uncle took my virginity. Hallelujah. A lot of young people don't talk about what's broken them. A lot of young people stand in this room and won't talk about what they saw, or who touched them, or who did what, or who said what, or who showed them what.
Crazy.
Who showed them what on television, who showed them what on the computer, who showed them what. And what enters into the eyes go into the soul.
Come on.
I was in the church, but nobody was there to hear me. And nobody knew, because the boy was talented, and the boy could play, and the boy could sing, so he can't have any problems. But the boy was broken, because somebody broke him. Sing, Donnie. Play, Donnie. Come to the service, Donnie. But nobody looked into Donnie and saw that broken seed, a broken soul. Nobody said, Donnie, you're clapping wrong. Nobody said, Donnie, you're walking wrong. Nobody told Donnie.
Woo! Nobody looked to see that Donnie was showing a lot of signs of effeminatism. You're clapping wrong, Donnie. As a man, Donnie, you're walking wrong. Stand up strong. What's wrong? Donnie, what's wrong with you?
He holds up the CD. He says, this is Donnie McClurkin. Y'all think I'm lying? First of all, at that point, I don't even know who no Donnie McClurkin is, right?
Everybody, that was a clip from our ministry channel. Like Yama put it, at Mashiach Assembly Ministry House of Yah. We did that live a couple of weeks ago. And after I did that live of Christianity attacking Donnie McClurkin today, the Most High reminded me. I used him I was trying to connect you with him back then. And I was like, wow.
I'm telling y'all facts. I'm Luch. I'm Palace Mob, right? I don't know who no doggone Donnie. He like, this is Donnie McClurkin. You've heard of him? I'm like, no. He said, well, he's only one of the biggest gospel artists in the world, but he's a pastor. And I'm like, that's gospel CDs? I'm like, oh, you really tripping. So,
okay, hold on, guys. First of all, I'm tripping because I'm thinking he's trying to give me Public Enemy CDs. He got 2 handfuls. It's like 10 CDs stacked in each of his hands, like mountains. And I'm tripping because I'm like, bro, why is you giving me all this Public Enemy crap? I'm chucking all these. And I realized these are gospel CDs. Oh, he is really then lost his mind. Drew is really tripping. And the funny thing, he ain't tripping. I'm tripping. Y'all hear? I'm tripping. That part.
Y'all think I'm lying? First of all, at that point, I don't even know who no Donnie McClurkin is, right? I'm telling y'all facts. I'm Luch. I'm Palace Mob, right? I don't know who no doggone Donnie. He like, this is Donnie McClurkin. You've heard of him? I'm like, no. He said, well, he's only one of the biggest gospel artists in the world, but he's a pastor. And I'm like, that's gospel CDs? I'm like, oh, you really tripping. So he says, I swear, guys, he says, he holds the CD. He said, please, this is a whole series. It's like a 40 CD set, a series. He said, I'm giving this to you because God, he said, once it's time to serve your purpose, so you have to listen to these CDs. And I'm like, this dude tripping, right? So then he holds the thing up and he says, Donnie McClurkin, he says, he's the pastor of the church. And I guess it was in Freeport in Long Island. He says, I go to his church, right?
Freeport is the town over from Roosevelt, where I'm at. So he is actually a part of his church. Now, I don't even know who Donnie McClurkin is at all. More or less, he got some mega church in Freeport. He's one of the famous gospel artists in the whole world. I don't know none of that. I'm from the streets. No, y'all. So Public Enemy, I was thinking he's giving me all these Public Enemy albums. You know how somebody, they'll give you 5 of one album so you can pass them out, that type of thing, right? So that's why I'm like, you give me all these Public Enemy albums so I can pass them out or something. So now I don't know who Donnie McClurkin is, so I guess he's part of his congregation, part of his church. Drew done found God. Okay? Drew done found Jesus somewhere in the hood. I don't know, but I
because God, he said, once it's time to serve, right? So then he holds the thing up and he says, Donnie McClurkin, he says, he's the pastor of the church. And I guess it was in Freeport in Long Island. He says, I go to his church, right? So he, and it's so funny because this is going to come back to me, right? Now, there was a scandal that came out that said that Donnie McClurkin is supposed to have been gay or some crap. I don't know. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I ain't part of his church or not. But wait till y'all hear how this story doubles back later. The Most High is no joke. His chess moves are crazy. So Donnie McClurkin is going to become important later in the story. Blow your mind. So he holds it up. So he's
okay. Now let me tie that in because I already said it. Remember the part of the story when I said I was in the drug program and I was at my breaking point. Y'all listen clearly. I was broken. It's when Christy left me because I couldn't get in touch. She thought I was doing life. So she left me and went with her ex. So my heart was broken. I lost everything. I was at my lowest. I was broken. And I went to the girl's house who I got released to get out of the program. They thought it was like my family member. And when I said I played her computer and I was broken, I was at my breaking point, and the song "We Fall Down But We Get Up" came on. Now listen clearly. That's when I was saying in this story, it's going to have relevance later. Because that song, it kept playing, it broke me down. Like I cried for hours and hours and hours. It was like that song, I was so broken in my spirit, bro. I lost all my money. I lost my kids, my family, just everything. My whole life was gone and I was so beat up. I've been in this system for so long. It was 2010, 9 going into 10. And this ordeal been happening since 2007. Because right after this, I got locked up for the 25 to life. And I was so beat up in my soul, in my spirit. I was broken, bro. I was broken. And y'all used that song. I had never heard it before. And I was just alone in her apartment. She was at work. And I got hours before I got to report back to the inpatient drug program. And the song, and I just kept playing. I played it probably like 70 times back to back. And I wept, and I never cried from a child. And it was just, it's like that song rebuilt me. It was just like I needed, we fall down, but we get up. A saint is just a sinner who fell down. Get back up. You can get back up again. Get back up again. It was like y'all was telling me, get up, stand up. Don't die. Don't crush. Don't fall. Because I was I was at my break. I was gonna go back to the streets. I was ready to die, bro. I was so broken. I couldn't get no more broken. It was just too much. It was just all, it's like everything that from the 15 of life, the 25 of life, the time, the stress, the everything just piled on me all at once. And it was just killing me, bro. And I was so broken. And the song for hours and hours, I played about 70 times, nobody there. It probably could be a puddle of tears to fill a bathtub, bro. And I never cried all growing up. And it was just like it was like a flushing and a releasing. And when I finished, I had just enough to stand. It was like you can make it through. It was like I was at the last gate because I needed to still complete to get out of the program and get out, and I was still stuck. On the street tactical alternative street crime unit and the program, and just, oh my goodness, bro, it was just so bad, bro. And that song, bro, it just it's what I needed. It was my food, bro. By the time I left, it was hours and hours later. I was able to walk and stand and go back and continue to fight. And it was that song. And I never forgot. I remember then he used that man. And that's why I said in that 2003, I don't know nothing about him being gay. I don't know nothing about that. I didn't even know that man. He used that song. That's why I said it's going to have relevance later when I'm telling these stories. And this is later. I did this in 2003. And then I remember back when I got back to my room in the drug program that he was trying to get, he used that man. And then in 2025, as the Christians are attacking him, the Most High Yah told me, make this video, show this.
He's handing it up. He's like, I'm like, I don't, right? So he gave me the CD. So Donna Clicker is going to become important later in this story. Blow your mind. So he holds it up. So he's handing it up. He's like, I'm like, I don't, right? So he gave me the CD. So I got the CD. So he took it up. He handed it up because he gave it to me. So I could look and I could see. That's why I said, these are church CD. And he holds up this Donnie thing. And he's looking, I'm looking at it. He's like, this is the one you need. Listen to this one first. Mm-hmm. Please promise me when you get wherever you're going, put this in, listen to this first, and then listen to the whole thing. God is telling me to tell you this. Right? And y'all know me, I don't take everybody telling me, oh, this God is telling you stuff, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. So you promised me you're going to listen to it. So I'm like, yes, I'm going to listen to it. So he's like, okay. So he's like, I'm lying, by the way. I am not going to listen to it. I'm actually lying. Yes, I just want to get out of there, right? He said, after you listen to it, you'll be giving me a call. He said, once you listen to it, you're going to be giving me a call. And then once you give me the call, you can come over and then we can discuss, because the Most High, it's time for you to fulfill your purpose under the Most High, under God. It's time for you to fulfill your purpose under God. So I'm like, okay.
Now fast forward to the story I just told y'all. When I said I was in the program and I was so broken that I was about to die. Like, now listen, guys, if I would have listened, that would have never happened. After this, when this story's coming, I just beat the 15 of life. I'm free. What I don't know, I'm saying hindsight, is by me not hearkening, I'm about to get 25 to life. I'm about to lose everything I've ever owned. my children, my family, my cars, my businesses, everything. I'm about to lose. I'm about to be broken down to the point where I'm at death's door. And at this moment of the story, if I would have just did what Drew said and probably listened to that CD as he instructed first. I remember from the trial, 15 to Life, Chrissy's grandmother, the Most High is going to free you. He wants you to give me a time. Drew is giving me instructions. And I'm not listening because I got money on my mind.
To the Most High, under God. God. It's time for you to fulfill your purpose under God. So I'm like, okay. Still not remembering Christy grandma. Still not remembering he freed me from 25 to life. Still not remembering, 15 to life. Still not remembering none of it. And now this fool is in front of me. Sorry, no disrespect, Drew. This brother is in front of me talking about God told me to stop me and I need to stop what I'm doing. And he's speaking all type of prophecies. And in my mind, I'm like, you need to stop because these people are blowing me up, right? And I need to go get this money. So you need to stop because I got to hurry up. This dude got to go get me to my car because I got to answer everybody. They're blowing us. Now it's about 7 people I got to answer, right? I'm like, I got this money. And if I take too long, they're going to go somewhere else. I'm missing paper. So you need to stop, right? So he telling me to stop. Now, so then I'm like, all right. So he puts the top CD on the top of this hand. He's like, that one first, remember? I'm like, all right. I'm like, dude, I'm chucking all these. I don't know what you talk about, so that one first. So we what's the name come back in? He like, what's going on? So I'm like, no, Drew he said, oh, Drew, yeah, he follows God. And Drew said he got a calling on his life. He got a strong calling. So make sure that he listens to those CDs and make sure you bring him back. So I'm like, shit, that's what you think. I ain't never coming back. Nah, I'm about to leave. He stops me again. He walks, he said, hold on. I get to I'm like, dude, enough already. He stops me at the steps. He walks to me. He says, I don't know what you're doing. He said, but whatever you're doing, stay out of Roosevelt. He said, whatever it is you're doing, stay out of Roosevelt.
Facts.
Do not do it in Roosevelt.
I will never forget that. I will never, ever. That, if everything else didn't trip me out, the fact that he stopped me again and said, stay out of Roosevelt, he have no idea that I'm not supposed to be in Roosevelt. I've been thinking that whole time. So I'm like, all this prophecy you talking, yes, because the only thing I'm messing up because I'm not supposed to be in Roosevelt. He said, stay out of Roosevelt. Yo, this is some crazy trippy stuff, bro.
That one hit me a little different because there's no way that he could know what just happened to me in Roosevelt with the gas station, with the cops, and with the setting me up in Roosevelt. And I was like, whoa, that really got my attention. So I looked at him, I'm like, because Drew's kind of short. I'm like, little Jesus, little public enemy Jesus religious dude, you might be on to something here. I'm like, that one hit different, guys. I was like, whoa. He said, stay out of Roosevelt, Rashawn. Stay out of Roosevelt. I was like, all right. And I left. So when I left, I got outside, I got in the car, the other dude driving, I sat down and I'm holding the CDs and I'm looking at them. And I'm like, something is going on. Mm-hmm. So I picked up the one he looked the Donnie McKirkland one, got his name written, all that. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, and I put it down. So we got to Joy House. Now I got to run. So he dropped me off. I got to get in my car and I got to go because my customers are spread out. One is in Freeport, one is in Lakeview, one is on the Heights, one is like, so I got to drive. It's going to take me hours to answer everybody. They blowing me up. So I'm like, I'm coming. So I get in, I get home. He's like, all right, yo, I'm gonna come back and get you. He said, I'm gonna get with Chuck and them. I know they're gonna want to give you a deal. I'm gonna handle all that. He said, yo, you got a deal. Do not sign with Dipset. You're gonna sign, please keep it Strong Island. I'm like, all right. He said, I'm gonna come back and see you. I'm gonna come see you. I'm gonna hit you and I'm gonna come get it. I'm like, okay. I gotta go. So I get to my car, I open the door, I take all the CDs and I throw them on the passenger seat, right, of the black Benz. And I get in and I take off. So as I go into answering my customers. Every time I get back in the car, I look over there, those CDs are on the seat. I was going to chuck them. So every time, thank you. So every time I see those CDs are on the seat. So I'm like, so when I finish making all the sales and everything, I drive back to the house, I pull in Joy's driveway and I sit there and I pick up the CDs. And I look at them and I pick them up. Now, because I threw them on the seat, I lost the first CD he told me to listen to first. I don't know which one it is out of all the CDs. There's about 40 of them on my seat and they're all over. So I pick them up. I pick it up and I look, I'm like, well, there goes the listening to the one you told me to listen to. But when he said the thing about don't come to Roosevelt, that stuck with me. So I took a CD and I put it in because it's still got CD. It's a CD player in that car. It's back then. There's still a CD joint in that car. So I take it and I put it in. It's still got a CD disc slot. So I put it in and it starts a church sermon. I guess it's Donnie McKirkland. And there's, he's teaching a church sermon and he's teaching the word. And I listen for a little bit and I just eject. And I take them and I put it back in this cover and I take all the CDs and I pick them up and I stack them neatly. And I go in the house, and Chris is there, and Benito's there. And I go in there, I go in the room, and I've been late, so I was supposed to been back, whatever. So I take the CDs, and I take them, and I stack them, and I put them neatly in the drawer. And I never listened to them, but I treated them with respect. I kept those CDs. I might still have them. Honestly, because the only thing that the Most High saved was my music, my CDs, because I got a bunch of spindles.
I think I might still have them in my closet with all the rest. I got to check the box. I hope I do. I think I might still have them. If they came with everything, if I got every box, if Unique gathered every box with Christy, then they should be in my stack. I would love to be able to, I hope I have them.
I got a spindle holding up this phone right now. See this short spindle? I got a long spindle that's this big with CDs and the phone is that's how the phone is tilted against it right now. So, and I got CDs all over the place. I got CDs, spindles of CDs, music, albums and albums and albums. And that's the only thing that the Most I saved was this music and my equipment is right over there. So I keep pointing that I made those albums with.
And my photo album so that I can show receipts.
So I still might have it. I never listened, but I kept them like safe, like secure, like, I don't know. When I get to another part of the story, it has relevance. I never went back. I didn't take the Public Enemy deal.
I never went back to Drew House ever.
Because I was about to go back to Religious Jesus, Public Enemy. Public Enemy, dude. So Joy's brother kept coming. I kept saying, I'm busy. So I'm taking the deal with Dipset. I'm not about to be signed to Religious Records. I'm loose. I'm like, I'm sorry, my dude. I'm
foolish young man. Wow, this hits so different for me right now. Honestly, guys, this hits so, even for when I told the story in 2023, this hits so different for me. Because even in 2023, I didn't feel the way I feel right now saying this. I'm like, how stupid, bro. Wow. All praise to the Most High.
I'm all in. I'm loose, right? And I never seen Drew again. Unique said he just saw him. So shout out to Drew when you watch this. Thank you, Drew, from Public Enemy, for trying to relate a message from the Most High to me. Drew, I'm actually now living my purpose. Whatever the Most High was trying to tell you then, you were right. You were totally right. Wait till you hear what happens, Drew. You were right. You were called to stop me. You were another one that was sent by the Most High to tell me it's time to give him my time and start walking in my purpose. But I was hard-headed, Drew. I was hard-headed.
And literally, within months, I got 25 to life from Roosevelt police.
I didn't know. And I never went back. I never seen Drew again. That's why I didn't even know if he was alive. So I'm glad to hear he's alive. On the Public Enemy's own. Salute, Drew. Salute, King. Thank you for trying to reach me for the Most High.
That one hit different for me, guys. I didn't know it was going to be like that. Wow. Another one down. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Y'all know the motto, keep it functional. You know the motto, love the Most High, y'all. Wow, House of Yah. That one hit different for me. I'm going to see if I can remember, see if there's a way I can reach Drew. I would love to be able to tell him thank you. You know, just thank you. Wow. Wow, children of Yah. All right. 4 hours, not too bad. Wow. May the Most High cover and bless you all the more. It's my journey and my purpose. What life would have been, oh my goodness, the journey I wouldn't have had to go through all praise to the Most High for continually trying to reach us, right? Continually giving us second and third chances. You don't want to do what I did. You want to listen the first time. You want to listen the second time. You want to get it right. Don't be like Unc. I did at the end, but I went through all type of hell that I probably didn't have to go through. Too much is given, much is required. Shout out to Drew from Public Enemy. Shout out to Unique. Shout out to Mav. Shout out to Mashiach Assembly Ministries, everybody. I love y'all all. Tomorrow we live on the Tuesday we live on the Zoom. Uncle Yahshua, 25 to Life Testimony TV. Another one down. Keep it functional. We out. I love y'all all. Thank you, House of Yah. All right, we out.
This is 25 to Life with Uncle Yahshua. You wanna know why they call me Lucky Lucha? They call me Lucha cause I like to tuck that Tucci. All the time on the grind, getting that Duce.
This is a little story on 25 to Life with Uncle Yashua. Like and subscribe for more incredible stories every week.
Police are on the scene of a triple homicide on Long Island. It happened overnight at a home in Hempstead.
I'm from Hempstead, Parkside, the ghetto, the dark side, strong side, the wrong side. I think I'm supposed to run. Am I bad, motherfucker?